Sam, how are you doing?
Good. I'm trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out a few things, but it's going well.
It's going live, no?
Just a few announcements. The event is live streamed right now. Only the panelists. Few people who requested not to be live streamed, we will be respecting that. And so that's just to let you know. And Sam Simmons, who's right there, standing quietly by himself. Please say hello to him. So he is a wonderful filmmaker who made a film on Taiwanese indigenous people, and is helping us document this amazing two-day symposium. So thank you, Sam. Let's announce that we are live streaming this right now and documenting it so that, because it's such a critical conference. Yeah. Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. Okay. Just after that fascinating discussion, thank you to Cheryl, where we had all these amazing presentations. What we're going to do is we'll straight into the second panel. And then after that, we'll invite Cheryl back up here, and then we'll have questions and answers for both panels combined, and of course, the panelists will also be responding to the questions. Is that okay with all of you? Yes? I'm doing free prior and impromptu consent. So that later on you don't come back and say, no, you didn't ask us. All right, so first we go ahead and we're going to move actually from, because the last set of the panelists were all based here more or less from North America, we're going to move continents and go across the seas, and we're going to have two presentations from very interesting perspectives. I can already tell you that that is going to happen. And we're going to hear from the Arctic and from the Africans, yes, from East Africa. So two very different perspectives. First off, we're going to start off with Ms. Rauna Kapanen, and she is a research professor of Arctic Indigenous Studies at the University of Lapland in Finland, and also affiliated with the Political Science and Indigenous Studies program at the University of Toronto. So let's start off.
Kuten David puhuikin, että mulla on Jonna ja Nanni Kirsterana, mulla on tuolta Nohtsioas, täällä on Ronja tässä, ja tuossa Keiti Elsa, Tiina ja Eeva-Laine, Kiittää kanssa käydään myös kiittikuuketta vahtimis. Mun haluan kiittää Lena Pelmoa, kenen on liittymällä Tjahkana, mun haluan kiittää Chief Taras Soren Kopp. Sami, Sami. So, good morning, hello. This is midday. I introduced myself in sign language, and I wanted to acknowledge the Lenape people whose traditional territories we are living today. And I want to thank Chief Tara Sortamo for her opening words, bringing us together in a very good way. I want to thank Elsa and Tone for the idea that has been incubating for a long time and now finally materialized, being not for organizing and everybody else who has been in charge of bringing us together at meeting today. So my talk is entitled Borders and Walls, the new Decolonization agreement in Sápmi. And Sápmi, well, we'll see, if you don't know where Sápmi is, you'll soon find out. So if you can, the first line, please. The first line, always thanks. So the Decolonization River, located in northern Scandinavia in the heart of Sápmi, is often regarded as one of the finest salmon rivers in Europe. It also marks the official border between Norway and Finland. For local Sami, however, Decolonization is not a border, but an ecologically, economically and culturally continuous region, a bond that connects the people. My people, that's where I come from as well, full disclosure. Before roads were built along both sides of its banks after the Second World War, the Decolonization was the main johtavat. It was passage, way, route, channel, connection for everything. People, news, provisions, mail, building materials. In the Decolonization Valley, Sami families have lived long before the state border, which was first established by the 1751 Strömstad Peace Accord between Denmark and Sweden. These were the major kingdoms at the time. The Sami have been living and fishing for salmon along the 200-mile-long Decolonization for thousands of years, building deep knowledge of and connection with the river and its fisheries, as well as developing specific fishing methods and systems of salmon fishery management, stewardship and governance. Historically, Sápmi was organized into dozens of sidas. Sida is the traditional Sami social and political organization comprising of a small number of extended families and their territories. The Sida governance system allocated lands and resources to the use of individual families. Hunting and fishing took place both collectively and within the family units, depending on the method and season. So the Decolonization has been a strong unifying force in the valley and continues to be so for the Sami families living on both sides of the river. It was very touching to hear the stories this morning, Cheryl's story, and then, sorry, I forget the name, but Eli Furaha's story. Many of us have these stories about border splitting our families, and like my family is still living, we're living along the river, but suddenly there was a border, and so my great-grandparents had to decide which side of the river they're going to settle in, and got a citizenship accordingly. So these kind of stories are very similar, and are part of our genealogies and family histories. It's a way of connecting us, but for the past 250 years, it has also served as a dividing element. So in this peace accord in 1751, the Decolonization River was split down in the middle and made it into an international boundary, becoming one of the oldest political borders in Europe. However, an addendum to the peace accord called the Lapp Codicil granted free passage for reindeer herding Sami to cross the newly established state border, migrating with their herds between the winter and summer pastures. The Codicil also established a system of local Sami courts as a community dispute resolution mechanism, and along the Decolonization, authority that also approved collective fishing methods. The gradual imposition of state borders in Sápmi in the wake of a number of colonial wars between surrounding kingdoms did not interrupt these established practices and regimes, which could be taken as an indication of strong Sami ownership and governance of the river and its resources. So, what are borders? As we know, Sápmi is today divided by the borders of 4 nation-states: Norway, Sweden, Finland and Russia. On the left, you see an artistic rendition of Sápmi as a unified whole by Sami artist Antoine Matisse. And the other one is the sort of the geopolitical reality today and how the borders split us. So what I'm talking about is the northernmost border between where you see the dot, red dot for cultivator, and they're up that border, like that's where the river runs that I'm talking about. So, according to some scholars, borders are not merely geographical margins or territorial edges. They are complex social institutions which are marked by tensions between practices of border reinforcement and border crossing. On the other hand, there are spaces in which transformations of sovereign power and the ambivalent vectors of politics and violence are never far from view. And we have heard about this already this morning in these talks and seeing what it means in practice. It was very moving to see those images of that wall going up. To observe these dual tendencies is not merely to make the banal but necessary point that borders always have two sides, or that they connect as well as they divide. The same observation has been made of rivers. They have either a strongly unifying or dividing element in human-environmental relations using the rivers, waters and shorelines. Next one. Decolonization, with the largest wild Atlantic salmon stock in the world, has long been a popular and well-known river for recreational fishing. It is also one of the last wild Atlantic salmon rivers in Europe. Since 1873, salmon fishing in the Decolonization River has been regulated by bilateral agreements negotiated between Norway and Finland. The first agreement signified also the first ban of the collective Sami fishing methods of tuhastetni and rastapuoltu, kind of two different methods of making a dam, sometimes closing the river for a short period of time. To some degree, these bans were ignored for several decades, demonstrating the dominance and perseverance of Sami law and norms in the region, at least up until the mid-20th century. Recreational fishing in the Decolonization began in the 1850s when English anglers, who were frequently members of the British nobility and upper classes, arrived and brought the now common fly fishing methods to the river. You can see in the picture. This tourist fishing, as it's locally called, increased rapidly after the road was built on the Finnish side of the river in 1957 and has skyrocketed since. So much so that there's a common local Sami saying according to which the river is black with tourists. While local businesses benefit from, and in many cases depend on this tourist season on the Decolonization, which is obviously the summertime, many feel aversion to the reality of their river that their river has been taken over by fishermen from typically from southern Finland. As a result of this large-scale tourist fishing, there are two categories of fishing rights in the Decolonization River today. There are those who are traditional Sami right holders who have had the right to fish, including with traditional methods, on the basis of the individual land ownership along the river, and then those daily permit holders, which is a category for everybody else. So I was mentioning that the fishing is governed today with this bilateral agreement. The most recent agreement was adopted or negotiated in 2017. The negotiations began in 2012 to heed some scientists' warnings of declining salmon stocks, and then it culminated in this new agreement, which restricted traditional Sami fishing methods and fishing rights by 80%. So there's a legislative requirement, both in Norway and Finland, to consult the Sami people through the Sami parliaments in matters affecting them. There's also a so-called deterioration ban of Sami culture in Finland, which requires all authorities to ensure that the material foundation of Sami culture is safeguarded in all land use activities in the Sami region. The two main means to comply with this deterioration ban include meaningful substantial consultations and impact assessment processes. Yet meeting this consultation requirement is, however, frequently circumvented by authorities at all levels, particularly in Finland. So then this agreement, this newly negotiated agreement, there are two teams, one from Norway, one from Finland, and they comprised of equal numbers of state and Sami representatives. However, the equal numbers was more or less a smokescreen, as the final stages of the agreement was hammered out behind closed doors, while the Sami representatives were asked to leave the room before the negotiations. So they were basically sitting in the hall while the final details were negotiated. So It's not surprising, given that how much it restricted traditional Sami fishing rights. The proposed agreement was vehemently opposed by nearly everyone along the river. Prior to and after the signing of these agreements, local residents and traditional right holders organizations extensively lobbied and met with various state officials and agencies through their representative organizations and elected bodies, including the Sami parliament. They pointed out the number of unconstitutional paragraphs in the agreement contravening local Sami property rights, Sami cultural rights, non-discrimination, and state obligations for cultural heritage and environment. One form of resistance to the new agreement was the Ellos-Tätno movement that emerged in summer solstice of 2017. A small group of mostly young Sami women and men set up a camp called Cherresulla Moratorium on an island in the Tätno River near town Ohtseokka, where I also come from, and declared autonomy on the island and the waters surrounding it, stating that instead of the states, the area is now governed by customary Sami law. They also announced a moratorium on recreational fishing around the island, which implied that fishing licenses purchased from the state were no longer valid and fishing was allowed only with permission of local Sami rights holders. So, back to these agreements. For many, this agreement, the Tätno agreement, threatens the survival of Sami identity. Somebody said, I think it was Sherry Yu was saying that the lake is us, we are the lake. This is very much the same sentiment, that the Sami are the river, they are the river. So when they can't fish there, so it's like they are no longer who they are. So there's this very strong sense of losing part of them if they can't continue fishing in the river. But also this connection to the knowledge, the traditional knowledge that goes with these fishing methods, like you can't transmit them to your children. So in the words of the Upper Tätno Fishing Cooperative in its letter to the Parliament of Finland, quote, the agreement robs Sami of their rights and kills Sami culture. So the ongoing erosion of unique fishing culture with its own traditional knowledge and skills will only intensify as the younger generation, many of whom are now considered in the category of tourists in their own river because they live elsewhere for their studies or work, are deprived of a range of skills and knowledge related to various traditional fishing practices, including weir, gillnet, seine, and driftnet. And I'm in the category because I don't live there all year round. I'm there for the summers because of my work. I'm supposed to buy a tourist license and be a tourist in my own river. And I haven't learned these traditional fishing methods of like weir or gillnet or any of that. What I've been doing the last few years, fishing illegally. And I think like the people patrolling in that area, they know better not to come and ask you a license. They can drive by in their boats. Because I'm happy to go to court because it's part of that Ellos-Tätno movement. If you can go back, and you can stay this way. That was part of like illegal, illegal fishing, and there's some people who went to court sort of prove their point that taking state, challenging the state. So what I argue that this new agreement erects a new type of a border, or better still, a wall in a region where the state borders have not been as closely or intensely patrolled as in most international boundaries. And this is what Chandra was referring to, that the ease, there has been since the 1950s this Nordic passport union, that you don't need to actually stop crossing the borders of Nordic countries. You can just drive through, and occasionally they may stop you, but in most cases you're not. So the border is not so intensely felt. But now we have this new Tätno agreement, which I argue that it seeks to destroy the connection to the river and to the knowledge of the river and salmon fisheries in the name of protecting salmon stocks. And this crisis of salmon stocks, which is a fact disputed by one of the key scientists who've been working on the river for 20 years, saying that it's not as simple as this Dana science whatever I call as a research group, says that it's not, we cannot just say that the decline is because of the overfishing, that there are many factors that should be taken into account. So has been this supposed crisis has been used to impose measures to drastically limit traditional Sami fisheries, and I suggest that this is settler colonialism at its finest, using environmental arguments to eliminate the Sami as a group of right holders, and by doing so, gradually eradicating the connection of the local Sami to their river and their knowledge of the river and the traditional fishing methods. And I draw this idea of the agreement being a wall from political theorist Wendy Brown, who suggests that the proliferation of walls and barriers in the contemporary world is a symptom of the crisis and transformation of state sovereignty. And she suggests that even if nation-state sovereignty is not finished or irrelevant, states' previously presumed monopoly of global political power is ever more disputed. And this post-Westphalian order is characterized by erection of walls to define nation-state boundaries. Yet the new walls are not, however, built as as defenses against potential attacks by other sovereigns, but rather they target non-state transnational actors, individuals, groups, movements, organizations, and industries. And of course, we can see this here too, but better with the Trump wall and many others. So Brown suggests that the wall-building frenzy is illustrative of waning state sovereignty and power. I quote, quoting her, rather than resurgent expressions of nation-state sovereignty, the new walls are icons of its erosion. So I build on Brown's argument and propose that in the post-100 era of recognizing indigenous peoples' rights to self-determination in international law and indigenous rights, globally gaining strength and political and legislative leverage, the Nordic countries increasingly feel that they previously steadfast sovereignty claims are no longer entirely unshakable. So this new sense of insecurity, combined with this heightened extractive drive in the Arctic, you know, like the everybody's this last gold rush to the Arctic for the mineral and natural resources, has emboldened Nordic countries to seek to eliminate the Sami through this legislative assimilation. So not eliminate through genocide, but legislate them out of existence. And as they no longer have access to the river, they basically either start doing something else or move away. So in conclusion, there's this existing state border that runs in the middle of Datno River, and the new Datno Agreement has created a wall between the river and the banks of the river that prevents Sami, who have lived on the river for generations, from being who they are. As the result, Sami people can progressively disappear either as Sami, they are assimilated, or literally through migration to urban centers, leaving the river for tourists as the frontier summer playground, who quote, carry their sovereignty and lifestyles with them. So the Datno Valley then becomes a fishing tourist's Ultima Thule, but with certain site specificity. So they kind of like create the river in their own image, kind of like re-envisioning it with the fisherman's paradise in the true north. And this is what you saw, if you can go back to the fishing picture previously. Like these are kind of the images that you see how the river is marketed, but also how in local papers it's being discussed. Like we don't see it in ourselves necessarily in these pictures. To quote a scholar called Verasini, as these fishing tourists move towards what amounts to a representation of their world, as they transform the land into their image, they settle another place without really moving. But the other side of this transfer is that the local Sami are simultaneously being moved out of the way without really physically being removed. They are simply legislated out of existence or negotiated through these negotiations as traditional knowledge and rights holders. Thank you.
I'm just thinking of it conceptually. You're looking at the fishing, and I go to Norway quite often, and you see these are the pictures you see from fishing, and actually on the flights going up in the sun. Why are a lot of people going up there to fish? So I can sort of give first-hand account attestation to this kind of phenomenon that's happening. But I think what you raise is also very, very conceptually interesting. Because you look at the river, and I liked what you said, that the river itself is actually creating a border. And I don't know if you've been following the news, but just last week we had the commemoration of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And so on one side you have the walls coming down, on the other side you have, and I won't go into details of what happens, what is happening here. We have a very, very fascinating presentation from our young colleague Walls. And it's sort of like, how do you actually reconcile different experiences and perspectives of what's happening? The walls are going up on one side, they're coming down on the other. You have the imaginary walls coming up, and also if you're talking about the wall, like what they were saying, that the wall along the US-Mexico border, you can actually see through it, so it's not opaque. So these are very interesting discussions. Thank you for bringing that up, because it gives you time to reflect, and I think that's what we're going to be doing here. We move now to East Africa, and we have the pleasure of listening to Nicola Halak, who has many hats. One of them being that he's the vice chair of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. He's a lawyer, teacher, practicing lawyer, so a man of great talents.
Thank you, Chandra. My presentation is, you can see, sound. Is that okay now? Great. Yes. Yes. Should I wait for a few seconds? Okay, I can also just present from here. Great. So my presentation is titled Aligning the East African Community Integration Process to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And when I was researching a little bit in order to write this draft book chapter, I came across a report that struck me as being very fundamental and incredible in helping me to frame the issues. And this is a report by the East African Legislative Assembly dated February 2017, and it's authored by the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution. So the East African Legislative Assembly, which is one of the organs of the East African community, which you are going to hear a lot in my presentation, has this subcommittee. And the report was based on a public hearing of pastoralists divided by the international border of Kenya and Tanzania. These are pastoralist communities living in Longido district on the part of Tanzania and Kajiado district on the part of Kenya. And it particularly related to the implementation of the Common Market Protocol, which I think is already a fault line because it is commoditizing indigenous people's livelihood, trying to fix them within the legal framework. But I was also struck by the general findings of the report, and for the sake of time I want to just quote one of the general findings. It says the Maasai speaking peoples, please take note of the S, the Maasai speaking peoples that transcend the Tanzanian and Kenyan borders share a cosmology and history that predates colonial experience. One of the negative impacts of the imperative of the Berlin Conference was to interfere and interrupt the family and cultural ties that occupies the Longido and Kajiado plains. So this was a eureka moment for me because I found out that they are not my words. In fact, my ideas have a backing of the Legislative Assembly of the East African Community. It also sees that the international border is a problem to the indigenous communities living in two countries because it has interfered and interrupted with the family life of these communities. So that was the basis for the oversight visit by this important body. And in the abstract to my paper, I say one of the effects is really community disconnection and rangeland fragmentation. And fragmentation has also touched the sacred places where these communities would traditionally go to pray. And they also shared refuge during prolonged droughts. And those knowledgeable of pastoralism would know that there are places that are reserved just in case there can be prolonged drought elsewhere, the community would move. So the aspect of mobility is one of the most important pillars, and unfortunately mobility is traditionally framed knows no colonial borders. So the colonial borders have interfered with that smooth cross-border mobility to take advantage of resources that are available scarcely in times and space. Academic attention. I say in recent years the debate about borders in Africa have gained fresh prominence. And this comes from a context where during the founding of the Organization of African Unity, we agreed as a continent that we should respect colonial borders. And this was very well intended in order to avoid interstate conflict. Is it intra-state conflict? And, really cause problems in Africa. So the founding fathers agreed that we should respect colonial borders. We didn't know their genesis, why they were where they were, but we agreed that it is for our betterment to just respect them. But suddenly you see academics really interested in questioning why those borders exist in the first place. And one of the entry points for academics is really to look at the regional integration. So academics are seeing regional integration as an important entry point to dismantle these borders, because the integration processes are seen as enablers of cooperation among states for mutual benefits and a wide waterfront of areas, right? So they are seen that once you integrate, you can relax your rules, cross-border rules, and therefore enable communities to develop without undue restrictions resulting from border control legislation. So academics have really written quite a lot, including Professor why should I forget my colleague, Ruhangisa, Professor Ruhangisa at the University, Tumaini University Makumira, who is an edited volume that takes into account all these problems relating to the borders and how those can be solved using the integration process. And as I say, the East African community is seen as a towering example. That is really one of the successful integration processes in the region, because it allows participating or partner states to relax laws, as I said, in order to allow cross-border movements of communities. But the problem is that the integration process for the East African community falls short of addressing challenges that afflict communities of East Africans that have been divided by the borders. And in this context, I'm talking about the Maasai pastoralists. And just by passing, I said these challenges include rangeland fragmentation, and as I said, sacred places and refuge where communities would go to graze cattle in case of prolonged droughts. And this lack of specific provisions to really take care of the unique situations of indigenous pastoralists, it is at variance with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which a lot of other speakers have talked about, which requires states to provide a enabling environment for communities divided by international borders to continue engaging with activities that have spiritual, cultural, and social significance. So this amazing international law requires states to really disregard restrictions, border restrictions when it comes to communities that have been divided by the imaginary international borders. It's a law that requires states to put in place some mechanism that would allow that spiritual connection between communities to continue across borders. So my work in progress looks at the following. In a multidisciplinary approach, of course. What are the state-centric bottlenecks to aligning the East African community integration process with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? And if you remember, I said the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is regarded as really one of the most wide-ranging law relating to indigenous people's rights, the most comprehensive, because we also have another framework called the ILO 169. Says under Article 34 that the states must put in place some programs to enable communities to continue cross-border interactions for spiritual and cultural connections. And we have the East African Community and the treaty, as well as a number of protocols that really fall short of implementing these provisions of the UN treaty. Now, what should be done? In my paper, I also asked whether the indigenous rubric is a suitable platform for addressing governance and mobility issues in East Africa, right? Whether if we advocate for that cross-border spiritual and cultural right, the platform called the Indigenous Rubric, which is very strongly established already at the UN level, looking at the UN commitment as well as the laws that I talked about, whether it is something that can also be helpful in the context of East Africa. And I also look at how can the state-centric problems be addressed in order to unite indigenous communities. Because I believe that once these restrictions are done away with, these communities can attain sustainable development goals a little bit easy. So what are preliminary findings in my work? One of the paper's key points is that the integration process will remain a rhetorical proviso unless indigenous communities, who are the main victims of the border restrictions, can gain their cultural and spiritual connections without interference. I have no time, but in the course of writing my paper, I realized that the underlying assumption between, for integration is really commercial viability. It's really to make sure that capital can move easily from one country to the other, including human capital. That's why you have the common market protocol. And I think this is totally at variance with the spiritual connections of indigenous peoples. Another is therefore to break free from emphasis on commercial aspects that underlies the integration process more broadly. And what are some of the preliminary comments on the bottlenecks, especially the state-centric? Number one is the concept of sovereignty. Every time discussions of freeing borders would find themselves on the table of policymakers, this aspect of sovereignty comes very prominently, because governments are very jealous of their ability to control what falls within their borders. So this may be a very problematic area in the context of Africa. It reminds me of the 1960s when our amazing founding fathers, and I need to mention just two to represent the rest, Julius Nyerere of my own home country and Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, said we need to unite Africa. And Nkrumah was really pragmatic. He said, let's unite today. Let's dismantle borders because we don't know their origins. Let's just be United States of Africa. And Nyerere said, no, let's slow down. Let's start by way of integrating regions, and then we can but the rest of our founding members were very skeptical because of the aspect of sovereignty. Everyone wanted to control the small country and have the title president. And I think that we cannot say anything has changed. It's going to remain a serious bottleneck even now. There is uneven development across the region. So a less developed country would be afraid that another country will take advantage. And if in our region, for example, Kenya is regarded as sub-regional superpower, and therefore any intention to over-relax the border rules may be seen as giving an advantage. And I think it's important to see the comparative analysis with the European Union, how that has been smooth. But also the effects of the status quo preservation resolve. This is what I said in the opening remarks, that Africa is founded on the agreement that we should respect colonial borders in order to avoid conflicts. So this is one of the most important pillars of what has made Africa what it is now. And therefore it's naive if an academic would come up with suggestions which do not factor in this aspect of respecting those borders and what advantages that has brought over time. Is the indigenous rubric a suitable platform for addressing those challenges? And when you talk about this, you immediately realize that the debate on the indigeneity in Africa is still ongoing. Who is indigenous? It's not as easy as it is in Canada, in the US, in Australia, where you can say, okay, priority in time. Those who were there before others, and so on and so forth. It doesn't go that easily in Africa because if you talk about priority in time or indigeneity, then you are opening up possibility, and the conclusion may be that we are all indigenous. But the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, this is the intergovernmental organization charged with protection and promotion of human rights in the continent, settled this debate. It commissioned a study and came up with a report that is internationally acclaimed. And in one of the conclusions, it says, in fact, we have indigenous peoples in Africa because they are similarly positioned as other indigenous peoples in other parts of the world in terms of their connection to land, marginality, and so on and so forth. And while the report doesn't give emphasis on priority of time or indigeneity in the context of being the first occupant of the land, it really looks at it as a framework for addressing post-colonial marginality that has suppressed communities that live traditionally, that occupy the land communally. And in this case, pastoralists, some groups of pastoralists as well as hunter-gatherers comes up very prominently. So if you like, this debate is settled in a way at the regional level. What remains to be debatable is at the country level, because I think countries are also afraid of some of the implementation gaps as well as demands arising from the frameworks or laws agreed internationally. And the report, as I said, has been endorsed by the African Commission and the African Union. So it is the property of the African countries. And recently we have also seen perfect, excellent, incredible work of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, where they have decided in a case involving hunter-gatherers communities called the Ogiek from Kenya, and the African Court issued a judgment saying they are indigenous peoples, and it came into that conclusion after taking into account a lot of international laws and agreements, and it said these are entitled to protection as per international laws relating to protection of indigenous peoples. Conclusion. Challenges are wide-ranging, as highlighted by the East African Legislative Assembly. I said it was a eureka moment for me because it's really good as an academic, as a researcher, to find that a policy-making body shares your views on what is a problem on the ground. So the East African Legislative Assembly says these families have been fragmented and it causes challenges that need to be addressed. And therefore, it gives me the ability to suggest that the integration process should take the communities, the affected communities' collective perception, expectations, emotions, and passions on board, without just overemphasizing the commercial aspects and as embodied in the protocol on common market, because that is the language spoken, but it's really at variance with indigenous peoples. And I said indigenous communities attach extraordinary significance to spiritual, cultural, and social values as a community. So to them, the ability to cross the border, I think there was a speaker here in the morning talking about, ceremonies, baptism, the ability to bury the dead ones. You see, those are fundamental issues for indigenous peoples because they touch on their cultural and spiritual connections and social values. It's just not about their ability to cross the border and sell their livestock. It should be seen in terms of wider perspectives than just commercial viability. And Article 36 is really there to provide the normative grounding, and what remains is innovative interpretation on the part of academics, and I hope this symposium has really been in that direction, providing thinking or signposts on how to really understand Article 36 and implement it. And we also need innovative interpretations on the part of regional courts that have been established in order to provide a smooth integration process. With that, I thank you very much.
I just want to make a couple of comments. One is you referring to Article 36, which is of cross-border. The 39. Oh, sorry. I'm used to the UN where the red ones. We always try to do things a little bit differently. And so just to thank Emily for these very precise comments. And a couple of comments. One was in terms of the article referring to the cross-border cross-border need for cross-border exchanges and communications between Indigenous peoples who are living across borders, and to actually recognize that this was known as the Sun article, because it was the Suns who actually presented this during the declaration process. And I happened to be there. I looked at my friend Andrea, she was also there. There were also others. So it's quite interesting that we have the two of you sitting here with us. And of course, when the Samis presented the case, it was very compelling. It kind of reminded the rest of us, I was an Indigenous advocate, that these were issues that affected us much more than actually taking into account. This was 20 years ago. Also, it took a lot of time. But some of the issues that Ellie raised, and I also want to just inform you that I was recently in Africa, in Banjul, in the Gambia, just last month, and we were there for a meeting of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and this was in relation to the African report. And it was fascinating to be there and see how, within the context of Africa, they have been able to have such advances. I mean, as Ellie said, it is very uneven development. It's also very uneven regionally. You look at Latin America, which in some cases is very much advanced. You know, you have the Latin American system, the whole system with OAS. Then you have the African system, which is actually doing stupendous work. And I just want to let you know that, we have within the UN system, we have the interagency support group on Indigenous issues, where all the UN system, we all work together. Very good to recognize Fiorella here from my colleague from the Department of Political and Peace Building. Change the names. But we have decided to set up a working group, a technical working group of the interagency to actually work with the African Commission and the working group on Indigenous human and WTI, Indigenous Peoples, just to flag that. But another important element, and I will stop here and open up my chair, is that when you look at rivers, and it made me think of water. When Rana was speaking about the rivers, I come from Asia, and I was working many years in Thailand. And they were talking about the impact of rivers. You have the river Mekong River, for instance, which goes between Cambodia, Laos, Thailand. And what is done at one end of the river will definitely impact on the other. So these are also elements that you have to keep in mind, and of course to bring in what Andrea was raising, that when you look at toxins and pesticides, or even when you look at cattle, they know no borders. How reindeer or cattle crossing, they don't know that they're crossing the distance from Sweden or Finland or from North America to Mexico. So these are all elements that I think we have to actually discuss, but I will now invite Cheryl to come and join us here, and I don't know if the panelists would also like to come back to the table. Most welcome to do so, because we're going to have a combined Q&A for both the panels. So if you would, anybody you want to start up, you're most welcome to come and join us. To get back to the secretary, please come. And please,
May I say also that because we are like to this comparative perspective, we had speaker, Christina Go, we have Margaritas Alliance,
so who would like to shoot off with the first question? Anybody want to go first? No? Yes. So please introduce yourself.
My name is Ryan Blood. I'm a PhD student at the University of Guelph in Canada. I was just maybe some of the developments that happen in other parts of the world where rivers and bodies of waters get recognized with the rights of peoplehood. Is that something that would make sense in the sort of the Sami context, or is that something that the Sami are pushing for?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very timely question. It is something that has been discussed. I didn't go into detail of the various protests and forms of resistance because the paper was focused on something else. But there has been, I mentioned that kind of like the quote-unquote illegal fishing and being caught, and then the moratorium. But one of the discussions is that should we be looking at more closely at granting these river rights and how could we go about it? But this is an interesting process though, because then you have to the way in which they have done it in New Zealand, the Maori and with the non-Maori, like who is then, like it involves its own set of complex negotiations. Who are then the representatives, the so-called guardians of representatives of the river? So given the kind of that failed negotiations at this stage. The Sami, the local along the river, consider utterly failed negotiations, so it would be tricky at this point in time to start negotiating because there's a lot of like bad feelings in terms of like that if there was an agreement that should start taking place, that whether the governments would be negotiating in good faith. But it is something that is being considered, and maybe in the next round, because it looks like that this agreement will be opened up and renegotiated in not in the long distant future. And just if I can make a point to that, what you were saying about the board, I was very inspired by listening to the 30-year anniversary of Berlin Wall coming down, and Chancellor Angela Merkel's point that I looked it up, the exact quote: "No wall that keeps people out and restricts freedom is so high or so wide that it can't be broken down." And thinking how Berlin Wall was so established, so fixed, that was unimaginative for most people that it will come down. So I think this quote gives us hope. The fact that it did come down. It was also a very physical wall, so there's hope also for other walls to come down. And ironically, I didn't know this, but it was mentioned also that it was another U.S. president who addressed, this was the Berlin, what is known as the Berlin Wall talk, where it was Ronald Reagan who addressed 1987 in West Berlin, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. So there are other presidents, like in this context of Trumpian walls, so there's history of other US presidents recommending tearing down walls, so there's hope.
I'm going to echo that, Rana, because I actually crossed that wall in 1988 in East Berlin, and it was unthinkable, even in 1988, that this could possibly come down. And yet only a year later, there it was. So things can change. They can change very quickly, sometimes for the better. So let me just... I think Andrea wanted to speak on this.
I just wanted to make a comment on the concept of rights of nature, and just to reflect that this is actually a very controversial discussion among Indigenous peoples. In fact, it's actually been used against us for establishment of protected areas in Africa. And also on a cultural, spiritual level, even among Maori, which are, we have our vice president of our treaty council is Maori. So we have several Maori organizations and Marais that are part of it. To impose a human concept called rights, which you can't even usually say in most Indigenous languages. We talk about responsibilities on nature when nature is not necessarily asking us to do that or providing the framework for us to do that, is also culturally and spiritually problematic for a lot of Indigenous peoples, just so you know. I mean, as a tool, maybe, some are using it, but in terms of a general concept, most Indigenous peoples don't want to go there with it. Like I say, I've actually seen it be used against us in certain contexts. And then who speaks for? You know, who is given the authorization to represent, like if they're going into court or something. You know, so anyway, that is an ongoing issue, but it's not one that very many indigenous peoples have actually gone on the bandwagon with. I also just wanted to make a comment about the actual negotiations on Article 36, because as probably most people who are there know, International Indian Treaty Council and others, Haudenosaunee and Crees, etc., were fighting off changes. That was our main focus for most of the years. We were supporting the adoption of the original declaration as adopted. We call it the subcondition text that came out of the working group on indigenous populations. But once we saw that, you know, there were going to be some changes, we were authorized by our constituency to see if there's areas we could improve it. And one was Article 36, because the article that came out of the working group and the subcommission that we were using as the original text, right, the draft declaration, said rights of indigenous people to maintain these kinds of relationships with other peoples across borders. And obviously for the Yaquis, our interest is with our own members. So that was added in the final days of negotiations, and China wanted to insert it, and so did the United States, in accordance with federal border policies. So it gave me, I was asked by the chair, by Chavez, to go sit with China, see if we could come up with it, and they agreed finally to pull that back, because it's an international document. They're going to have their border policies, you know, but we don't want the declaration. But we're also able to add the phrase "with their own members" for indigenous peoples divided by borders, and that was not in the original text. So, and there's a few examples of how we were able to strengthen it at the very end of the day, but, you know, we weren't open to that, you know, until the very end of, you know, seeing how we can improve. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. That was in the final days of the negotiations in the last session in Geneva before it was adopted. So it's better.
Any questions? Maybe if I was just going to ask the question, really, if you could actually say who you would like the question to be answered, it might make it easy for the panelists.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Tony Guy again, and am I allowed to ask 2 questions?
Stop here.
Thank you. My first question is to Andrea's very powerful presentation. And what I started to think about, and I shared a little bit during the break, I wonder about the ownership structure of those multinationals. I mean, how are they organized and composed? I mean, have you to roughly analyze that? Are there states which are shareholders through equity wealth funds? Are there just private shareholders? What are the venues, the mechanism through which one could really target the investors and the shareholders? I'm sure many of them think themselves as moral people, but they have invested in this. So is there also a policy on, systematically try to really reach out in these kinds of property structures? That's one question. And the other question is also really on what the micro dynamics of ownership and interest, and it's direct to Rona's presentation really, that, who actually locally have an interest in the tourism fishery sector? Is that a mix of local Sami and ethnic Norwegian Sami? And who are the tourists? How are they composed? I think we really need to have a fine-grained understanding of recruitment and interest and so on if we really are to try to grapple with it. Thank you.
As I showed, back in around 2012, there was an international tribunal, and it took place in Bhopal, India, on the anniversary of that horrible pesticide release that many people are still affected by intergenerationally and blindness and all kinds of things. But they designated these 6 main companies that I showed up there. But since that time, as the main exporters of banned pesticides, but since that time they're like blending and merging with each other. There was a lot of protests against the merging of Monsanto and Bayer. And Monsanto's a U.S.-based company, and Bayer Crop Science, like I said, people think, like you say, they make Bayer aspirin, helps with heart attacks, baby aspirin, but they also have their Crop Science division, as they call it. There was a lot of farmers even protested because it lessened the control of these international cross-border conglomerations, make it very difficult to know who to target. And then they have a lot of subsidiaries. We found out in our Freedom of Information Act that in the U.S., small companies that were small subsidiaries of these giant corporations in actually 23 states of the 50 in the United States were manufacturing pesticides for export only, which means they can't use them in the U.S. 23 states. And they're small, companies, but then they're owned by this one that's owned by the giant ones. And the structure of them, as well as the chart I showed of the relationship, the intermingling of the boards of these corporations with politicians. And I just showed the U.S. I'm sure it might be the same if you showed Bayer in Germany, or BASF in Switzerland. Of the blending of these, and they also control so much of the world's seeds as well. So, I'm really interested in seeing how to do that, but it's very, very difficult. It's the same with the Canadian mining companies, Goldcorp. That's what was so revolutionary, that the Canadian courts accepted the case of these 11 Mayan women that had been raped as part of a community clearing in Guatemala to expand the Goldcorp mine, the biggest mining company in the world, based in Vancouver. And but anyway, they also, they said, oh no, that was a security firm owned by the subsidiary in Guatemala, and the Canadian court said, no, this is you. The same like CERD did to U.S. and Canada. This is you, So there is some movement there, but we haven't really found a way to break into those, just because it's really hard to track, follow the money, and it's hard to do. Anyway, I don't know if that answers.
Who benefits? It is the tourists mainly, but which part? There's like different categories of tourists. So it is mostly those who, and I mentioned that the tourists are mostly from south of Finland, because in Norway it's a different structure. It's more difficult for non-locals to fish in there, but in Finland they have made it very easy. And who they are? There's category of non-local cabin owners. So the land, the Sami families, because the land was allotted to individual families after in that part of Finland in the 60s. So the Sami families have sold small parcels of land to tourists, like cabin owners, so who are basically fishing tourists who have built these holiday cabins along the river, and this particular group, that there was kind of a new category created in this new agreement that strengthens. Everybody else's fishing rights were restricted, but those that category of rights were strengthened quite a bit. Interestingly, one of the lead negotiator in Finnish team was one of the also is a non-local cabin owner. I mean, so it's kind of interesting, like these are like what kind of interests are like colliding here, or colluding here. That it is a powerful lobby, because there are hundreds. Like it has mushroomed. The kind of like, if you look at the landscape, the valley and the hillside, it's like littered by cabins, hundreds of them, all across the river on the Finnish side. So it's that particular group.
I was very inspired and seeing a thread between what Amy was presenting and Carl Jacobi and Ellie and Raul, like as if the border is both a space of lawlessness, because Amy mentioned, for example, that people killed by border patrol are rarely find justice in this, but also a space of lawmaking, like you were presenting, bad lawmaking or good lawmaking. And I wonder whether in your respective works there is any intention or usefulness that you might see in how, by using courts, whether regional human rights courts or national courts or human rights bodies of the UN like the Sami have done repeatedly, whether you think that it is time for indigenous peoples to break that, to use these legal instances, to establish some new, legal space, internationally. Because what I'm getting by a lot of your interventions is that the indigenous groups are really at the forefront of this border thing, and which is super relevant for today's world. The border is for everybody. It's super important. And like we have said on climate change issues that indigenous peoples and on environmental, especially climate change, indigenous peoples are guardians. I wonder whether this concept can be put forward and would be useful, combined with some legal actions. I would like to address this question as a point of reflection, whether you might think it could be useful, interesting for us, for such a thing.
I definitely think it is. For my tribe, we have yet to work on the international level, but it is an international issue. And so one thing that we've been talking about is creating some kind of border commission within the tribe that would be a specific department or program that would address border issues, because right now it's being addressed by our leadership, by our legislative council, and by our executive office, our chairman. But it's such a big job every day, and I have seen it take away focus from us actually trying to run a nation, and the resources and just the attention that it gives to provide for our people and all the different other ways that we need to, because we're not just a border tribe, and we have, that's become our focus within the past 10 years, and I've seen how it spreads our leadership thin. And so I see that we do have a need to create some kind of department that would address open border issues, that would have people who would be liaisons to other tribes, who would have international lawyers, indigenous or Indian law lawyers, community members, who could be liaisons for Optum in Mexico, for Optum who do have incidents with border patrol, or to address what's happening out on the land. And so that's something that's being talked about now, and something to look forward to in the future. And then on the other side, it has been interesting to see the attention that's come to the tribe, because like I said, what I said in my presentation is we've pretty much been left alone. But because of this issue, we're seeing journalists, we're seeing people come to visit the tribe who want to see what the border looks like. And for young people, we kind of took that as an opportunity to speak to the issue. We've had MTV come down to the nation, we did a short documentary with them, and so that's also another side. So yes, there is this platform, and we need to decide what we want to do with it and what direction we want to go in.
For the last couple of years, I think Pasco Yaqui tribe has led in a lot of things, when it comes to border issues. One of the things that Amy's talking about does exist. At NCAI this year and the other, throughout the last couple of years, I think, a commission was formed. It's called the Border Alliance. And it really deals with southern tribes working with these border issues and northern tribes. And what came from that first meeting was the North has, and of course, most of them are J Treaty tribes that have a way to go in and out. The southern part didn't have anything until, Tono O'odham, us, Apache, and all that worked on some issues. We had the first meeting probably about 12 years ago, and it was bringing the Pima descendants, Yaqui descendants, and Apache descendants of the southern borders to a meeting with Homeland Security. At the time that Homeland Security was born, and truly, protecting the borders is their thing, I truly love the shirt that says protecting our borders and it's Geronimo in front. And for us, it became a thing of, if we're indigenous and we're tribal people, then let's band together and see what things we can do. So it has been presented in NCI. The problem with a lot of these things is what teeth does it have? And who is the one that's going to try to do that? We ourselves, like I said earlier, we created our first WITI compliant tribal initiative card. And we didn't do it just to be the first. We did it because there is a need. And there's a true need. There's more than, at one time, I think we numbered in the South, more than 500,000 members. Well, think about it. Navajo claims that now at 400 something. Well, we were bigger than that. But when the Spanish came, all of us started disappearing because of diseases and everything else, and dwindled the numbers. But we still are now the third largest tribe in Arizona. And that's because somebody put a quarter quantum on us. Not because we're from that family or directly descendants of Yaquis. For us, I think, at the world and global area, we really, really thank the Sami for standing with us and helping us get to that point of recognition of cultural regalia, cultural preservation, and continued that. One of the things that I was explaining, I forgot who, when I visited, I was a chairman then for 10 years. Each term is 4 years. And I asked to go into Smithsonian vaults. I don't know if any of you have gone. You should go and see what your people have in there. See if you're identified or what's in there. I did because I wanted to know myself, well, how are they taking care of these? How are they preserving these? How did they get there? And we found a ton of stuff. From tools, carving tools of bone, to rattles, cocoons that we still use, which was on that picture on the leggings, to all kinds of arrows, all kinds of things that women use, a cradle board for the babies. So it was important to go there, but it was important to figure out, did we change or have all of these now policies and guidelines and laws like you were talking about that now are governing the borders and its own government there. But racism is one of the hardest things to overcome, both on the American side or the Mexican side. And I will tell you a story. We were going down to a traditional blessing provided by a traditional village and people of our families in the South. We drive down, and of course, I'm driving a government car, which is brand new. I get stopped by the Highway Patrol, a federal agency, and the first thing he said, "Where did you get the car?" And I said, "It doesn't belong to me, it belongs to our government." And he said, "So how have you guys gotten to this point?" And I said, "Sir," I said, "it's been many, many years of hard work, many years of our elders suffering, this racism and all that, and struggling." And I remember as a boy getting my first job as a water boy in those fields that were shown earlier, cotton fields, 50 cents a day, from 5 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon. That wasn't my time. Now you tell one of these kids now, can you work the whole day for 50 cents? They'll look at you like, now I have a little computer and I'm going to stay on that and I'm going to be inside the house and it's air conditioned and all that. They won't do it. And the worst thing that gentleman said, where are we located? I said, Tucson, Arizona, Prosperity Tribe. And he says, are you on the reservation? And I said, the card from the reservation, our government is a reservation, federally recognized. But I live in an ancient village in the Tucson area. And he looks at me and he says, I think he couldn't figure out in Spanish. But he said, you know, you can put the dog out of the res, but regardless of how we evolve, that racism is there. Now, my father told me a story, and nothing against racism. We're fighting for the right to open up some of our little casinos. We were going to the legislature, all that in Arizona. I remember the story. And I remember my father I told him, Dad, I got a little job working for a youth group. We're not allowed. Dad, I said, those things have changed. And then he said, no, they haven't. He said, in the beginning, it was whites only. You guys remember the 60s? Colored people or blacks in the back. Animals, horses, and dogs in the trailers. And they didn't get it. I said, you don't get it? And I said, why? There was no place for Indians or indigenous people. The horse and the dog was taking care of people. Those are the kind of things that we
intergovernmental institutions have been ahead of member states in really conceptualizing indigenous people's issues. And I talked about the African Commission on Human and People's Rights that Chandra has also highlighted, which has come up with a very robust history and refined report that really brings an end to a lot of controversial points of whether they're indigenous peoples. But my interest is also really in the way the court, is called the African Court on Human and People's Rights, sitting in my own hometown of Arusha, has decided the case involving the Ogiek in their capacity as indigenous peoples, talking about spirituality, cultural rights, and how development interventions would really tear them down, and therefore recommended to the government to fix. So if you see, I hesitate to say it is top down, but regional institutions have really been providing signposts to governments to really know what they should be doing. And that is very much in contrast to what happens on the ground at the country level, because indigenous peoples have a lot of cases in Supreme Courts where they lost on technical grounds. They are just told, for example, that only 13 individuals who came to court are entitled to the verdict. You see, so that is totally the opposite of what indigenous peoples expect, because we all know that they don't even claim to own lands that are in dispute, for example. They believe that land belongs to generations. In fact, it's up to the seventh generation. So courts would be really hesitant to agree, but regional institutions, the African Court and the African commissions have provided clarity around those issues. And I think the East African Court of Justice, which is the institutions created to interpret the treaty establishing the East African community, is the right place to go and seek clarification. It's not a human rights court, but lawyers, both judges and advocates, are very good at looking at windows of opportunity for interpretation. So it's yes, once these affairs go to regional and sub-regional courts, always good things happen thereafter.
I'm going to jump in as well and agree with you, Elsa, that this is the cutting edge on justice institutions and international institutions, but I want to highlight one additional pathway that has opened up, and not with a great deal of attention yet, but maybe we can change that. And that's some indigenous to indigenous agreements about buffalo and the reintroduction of buffalo and the movement of buffalo across the U.S.-Canadian border in Montana, Treaty 6 and 4, in Alberta and Saskatchewan. And every year the Buffalo Treaty grows in signatories. So it's indigenous to indigenous treaty making, then forcing the federal governments of both countries to come along, because the indigenous people have decided the buffalo will be reintroduced into their traditional territory and be able to roam freely across the border. And once that was decided by the indigenous groups and a treaty signed on, there wasn't a lot the governments could do other than come along with it. And it hasn't always been easy, but this has been a very, I'd like to say innovative, but actually it's a very old tradition of making agreements with one another and just bringing others along. So I just want to highlight that as yet another possibility.
I was inspired by actually Peter's statement on border alliance, because I have been thinking a lot about on how we've got to work together. There have been so much wrongs done in our lives, the genocides, the deaths, the continuing militarization, and particularly that we are relegated to just as borders. When we were, the world was our center in our own world, we have been relegated to periphery. I also come from a quote-unquote periphery area of Manipur in northeast of India. There is a border of India and Myanmar, Burma. That's where I come from. And we were an independent nation state, but now on the periphery of India, where our history is not even in the textbooks of the country. As I mentioned, as someone who totally believes in working in this particular field, I'm also feeling that we should have solutions. And one of the solutions is, how do we, indigenous nations, work together in global alliances? Because we are so fragmented. Even indigenous people in Asia are so fragmented. Indigenous people here have been made to be fragmented. So what do you think, Peter? What do you think, Andrea? You're all experts in this, and we, the younger generation, and not so young generation, we are like, how do we define the next 50 years of our existence? So the children's generation do not have to have another seminar like this, literally. So what are the solutions that we need to work towards this? Concrete solutions. And my request to Elsa is, we should have a resolution by the end of tomorrow. We should have our own resolution. This is a small gathering, but there are a number of people and experts in this small gathering. This is such a specialized gathering, which I have never seen anywhere before. So I think we should use this opportunity to be able to define what do we do, because we are looking for solutions. We are tired of telling our stories. We are now like, how do we galvanize a change in global alliances, whether it's borders or in conflict resolution processes? Because everyone is made to fight by nation states. And this is something we want to find solutions together.
Yes, I think you have a very concrete challenge for you. What are the solutions? And I throw that to not just the table here, but to all of you. What's the way in this together?
Yeah, we started looking at thinking, what does our tribe have to do? Then we started joining with the Southern Arizona tribes. And then from there we went to the 20-some tribes in the state. And then from there we went to NCAIs, and now at the global level with Indian Treaty Council at the global level. So the steps are there, and we are taking steps to make sure that our tribe not only partners, but starts talking about this for everybody. Earlier, I forgot where I was there drinking another cup of coffee, of course. But then I thought, and I told to this person, a few months ago, our children in school named the jaguar that hunts from northern Sonora all the way up to the Arizona, Bawakili Mountains, where they see in their mountains. Who's going to speak for them? Who's going to protect them and tell them, guess what? You have to go to that gate. You can no longer jump that big old nasty wall that's there. And we're not only talking the mighty jaguar, we're talking all the species and animals that not only we are all supposed to protect them, whether it's a whale or whether it's a jaguar or a deer. You were mentioning that a cattle, it doesn't say, well, my passport, I'm going on the American side. I'm going on the Mexico side for us or in your country. But when we think of global, it doesn't just include us. But we must also train our youth. And that's why I love that book that's in there. And I love some of the things that are happening that you guys funded. These kids are now going to the great schools of this nation and other ones that a long time ago we only dreamed of going. We weren't allowed to go to school till like the 1920s or 40s. It was banned. Native Americans could not go to school. People think of women voting. That happened in America, in the 60s or somewhere there? Well, it happened after that for us. We weren't even allowed to vote even then. So we made progress because of a voice. Your voice is still probably the strongest thing that you have. And we'll continue, all of us here, being the voice, and sometimes even just a kind word And sometimes even if you trip and fall vocally, doesn't mean you failed. And we get up again, like Muhammad Ali says, the greatest champions were knocked out, but they got up again and they fought. And that's the message we have to take and give to our children, because once we're gone, who's going to carry this fight and this flag? It'll probably be them.
I think it would be very appropriate. I guess for tomorrow we won't be here, but you'll include recommendations and some sort of final statement. Something to form a global Indigenous Peoples Border Alliance. You can even say the YIPA, right? YIPA. But I think another recommendation that I would have is that we also look at alliances with other bodies where Indigenous peoples are working. For example, IIT sits on the UN Committee on Food Security that opened up to Indigenous peoples after the UN Declaration was adopted. And they have a pastoralist committee. But the issue of borders and food sovereignty, food security for Indigenous peoples, whether it's pastoral or seeds or rivers, fish, all of those things, buffalo, could be something that they could be raising, because that's a state body as well. So I think we need to form an alliance, a global Indigenous Peoples Borders Alliance, but also part of the work that could be done is look to see, like for instance, I'm on that UN facilitated working group for the UNFCCC, look and see the relationship between borders and climate change. I think Amy referred to that about they're draining the sacred spring there to build the wall, because it needs the water for the construction. But what is that going to do to exacerbate and increase the level of the pace of climate change in the desert? In that part, which is where I live too. So I think we need to see where these issues could be raised in other UN bodies and alliances. But I think we need to build or create an Indigenous Peoples International Borders Alliance to start to compare these stories with each other and the solutions that we're coming up with as well, and to build our voice, because this connects to a lot of different things. The decade of languages, the fact of that border has created where the Yaqui language is still fairly fluent in Mexico, but it's not fluent anymore. I would say kids are learning it in school, but that's different than fluency. Fluency is that's the first language you learned in your house. So we have much stronger in Mexico, but on the Mexico side of the Yaqui Nation, but not the Arizona side. So that could be an issue that's being talked about with, we're going to have a decade of the world's indigenous languages. Look at the effect of borders on indigenous languages. I'm just saying, to find these links of how we can build alliances and include this issue in what's being discussed in some very innovative work in other areas, but that have a link. So those are my recommendations. You can add them in. Thank you.
I just wanted to share that on, I guess, the grassroots level, because I'm not an academic, and I'm not I don't sit on any big committees or anything. But through the help of grassroots communities, I think particularly within this past year, being able to travel to Palestine, being able to travel to Finland and to Mexico to meet with the Zapatistas, like those are things that we're working on. As I guess the younger generation is like, we are more global now, and we are in a place where we're having these conversations and picking apart these systems of oppression. So like for me, going to Palestine and learning that the concrete that came, that is used for the laws in Palestine came from Mexico, so it's like, well, how does that, how is that not common knowledge? But how can we work together with indigenous, both of our communities to dismantle that? And also talking about climate change, and even just more local, close to home, with the integrated towers, the surveillance systems that are slated to go up on the Tohono O'odham Nation. through our research, we found out that a big part of that project is being headed by the Salish Kootenai tribe. They have a communications and technological firm, they call it SNK. So it's, it does come down to how do we as nation to nation, tribe to tribe, have those conversations and kind of take DHS out of the middle. Because, we've talked about that. If we are to have surveillance on the nation, maybe it's better to work with another tribe to do that. But that's hidden. That was hidden, and we had to do research to do that. So transparency, honesty, I think is a big thing in order to move forward with that vision. Because a lot of times we don't realize what's happening behind closed doors and how we're all tied together in that way. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to add, first of all, I agree with what the previous speakers have said, but to add that over the last few years, and I think this is a result of struggles by indigenous people themselves, the UN has expressed institutional commitment and also developed some normative frameworks that create spaces for indigenous peoples to really collaborate at the global level. And therefore that is also an important area to consider because they are a result, as I said, of struggles. And I should mention the forum that I'm part of, that it's really the biggest gathering of indigenous peoples. We meet at the UN headquarters here in New York annually with a lot of indigenous peoples, and Chandra is here. She would agree with me that the forum has always been very generous, doing away with the restrictive rules that would make it hard for indigenous peoples to come and express their views. And we also have the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples sitting in Geneva, and it has recently been reformed to really cater for a lot of comments by indigenous peoples. And I mentioned in the morning that we also have the mandate of the UN Special Rapporteur. That is extremely important because one of the functions is really to receive complaints and can also request information from states. So while we are talking about how we can build alliances, let's also remember that we have those official spaces that didn't come easily. I just hijacked, if I would say, but a lot of you have worked really hard over the years, and they can recognize faces here, and read quite a lot of stories about you. So let's make use of them, right? Because they unite us and they give us platforms to do dialogue with the states. At the forum, we have a day that is dedicated for dialogue with governments from a specific region. So Africans should be in their role, Asians and so on and so forth, to really listen to governments and try to build their capacity. So we are not deficient of spaces for alliance. That was a problem 20 years ago, but now we just needed to strengthen them, and things will be solved in that direction. Thank you.
I'll just allow me to add to what, the thing with the UN is, we love the UN, it's like our grandparents. When our parents don't listen, our nation states, we go to the UN, raise our concerns. But after observing the UN for 10 years, I also realized that there are structures and structures within the UN. For example, for the indigenous people, it's one major group, indigenous people's major group. So they decide everything. A few people decide. It is not egalitarian enough that our voices are not able to get there. So we have to we love the UN and we'll continue to engage. But we have to do it in a way which is beyond project basis. Because within the UN also there are these superstructures created which do not allow community participation. And that's something which I have been feeling for almost so many years. And for indigenous community, we will have to break that, because that cannot be a solution for many whose voices have never been heard.
Just to follow UN Thank you, Bina, for raising that. This is an issue that comes up many times, that how can the voices be heard? And I have a UN, it's green, okay? Is it working? Yeah. Anyway, but one of the challenges that the UN faces, you have to remember that the UN is actually member state driven. You have to lobby your member states. And just to quickly respond, when you talk about the Indigenous Peoples Major Group, that is within the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's a different process. And I'm glad Andrea is here, because there's absolutely a recent platform that is established, which is with Indigenous Peoples in the UNFCCC. But I wanted to just come back a little bit to actually thank you to Andrea for raising it about the International Year of Indigenous Languages. And this is a very concrete example of how you can actually make things happen at the UN. And I'm just going to give you this as a very small example, that Indigenous peoples came to the Permanent Forum and they spoke out about how they were losing their languages. And that in some communities there were only very few left who spoke the Indigenous. What can be done? The Permanent Forum listened to them, and they asked us from the UN to organize an expert group meeting, something like this. And we had that some years back, and some of you were there as well. During the expert group meeting, we brought in experts from different regions, different countries. There were many who came and spoke, and they said, for the UN to give greater attention to this, there should be a year and there should be a decade, which is devoted to Indigenous languages. The Permanent Forum picked it up and put it as a recommendation and said, the Permanent Forum hereby recommends that the UN should declare an Indigenous year, not just a year, it should also declare an Indigenous decade. This was then listened to by the member states, and the member states then put it into a resolution at the UN General Assembly, just like the decision making says what should be done. And they said, we hereby declare 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages. Indigenous people have now been saying 1 year is not enough. There's very little you can do in 1 year. You have a little bit of attention, but you need much more. They said we have to have a decade. So this year at the Permanent Forum session, the Permanent Forum members actually listened to all of you and put it back into their report to say, which goes to the UN system, to say that we recommend that 1 year for the International Year is fantastic, but we want a decade. A decade will bring much more action, attention, much more awareness. Member states have listened to that, and now in the General Assembly committee, they have actually decided that there will be a decade of Indigenous languages starting in 2022. This is expected to be adopted by the whole membership of the UN General Assembly in December, but it's kind of like already agreed. So it's from 2022. So just to let you know that your voices are actually heard. You do have an impact, and what Ellie said, that all these things that happen, they're kind of incremental. It's a result of your struggles, your voices, your demands. It's a very bureaucratic structure, it's very slow, painfully so, but it is there, and I like what Ina said, it's like the grandparents. Oh. So think of it as very benign grandparents that will be there for you.
You mean the belly of the beast? Someone who's been at the UN, like Chandra, we met each other. Elsa and I were talking, we were trying to figure out what year we met each other in Geneva, and that's where I met you, Chandra, too. We were working for ILO back in the 1980s. This was, before. Anyway, I just wanted to add about the Year of Indigenous Languages, because we got it adopted at the Human Rights Council in September, and then it went to the General Assembly. But I think what you're saying is really key, Rina, because the question is, okay, how is that going to get to our communities to actually make an impact? Everybody knows the UN says that every 2 weeks an indigenous people's language disappears, which means the last fluent language speakers pass. People that learned it as their first language. So how do you restore that? We're having actually a conference in Oklahoma this Friday and Saturday because in the United States is one of the 6 countries in the world that the UN says is the most endangered, not Canada, not Mexico, but the United States. And in the United States, Oklahoma and the Pacific Northwest have been identified as the most endangered. So we're having a conference with all the tribes that a lot of them are coming, hosted by the Chickasaw Nation at our cultural center, to hear from them, okay, what can the UN do? Now we know we're going to get the decade, but what can they do so that you get support? Because only indigenous peoples can save their own languages. But what do we need from the UN in the decade? What are the recommendations that can support? And I think that's, I mean, we organized, Treaty Council organized that with our tribal allies in Oklahoma. I think that's what we have to do. That's what we did, like what I talked about, you know, to make the impact on international policy on the pesticide issue. We started in our communities. What's going on here? You know, what do you see here? So, I mean, we all have to take responsibility. We know the UN is it's an organization of member states. They've never done one single thing for us that we didn't make happen. I mean, people talk about the UN Declaration so easily. They don't talk about the hunger strikes and the walkouts and, you know, all the things we had to do to just even gain a voice in that process. You know, so you need to think about that. And how can you engage your communities? That's up to us. And I'll just say a final thing based on what Peter said. You know, after we had Jim Anaya, who's the UN Rapporteur on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, after he did his tour of the United States, all the people that had organized events and hearings for him got together at the University of Arizona. And it was really profound. Someone from the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission said, you know, we got great recommendations from Jim Anaya, treaties, and I mean all kinds of really strong stuff. But, you know, where's the teeth in this process? Even when you get it into the UN level, where's the teeth? Where's the implementation? It says, and then I thought about it and I realized, wait a minute, we're the teeth. You know, it ain't going to happen unless we do it. We are the teeth. And we have to force those countries at every step of the way. And the way to do it is start in our communities. What does your community say that they need to preserve or restore, protect their language? What do we need from the decade? And then we go tell them, you know. And I think that's the only way we're going to be able to make this happen. That's how we got the platform, you know, at the UNFCCC. We took the word of indigenous traditional knowledge holders and food producers and said, this is what we need from the United Nations. And these are the safeguards on rights we require before we'll tell you anything about traditional knowledge, you know, and climate change. So we're still trying to get that work plan adopted here now in Madrid coming up, but at COP25. But I just wanted to say that because I think we can't look to them to help us. They're looking to us for help now, and we got to tell them. And the only way to tell them is go to our communities and say, what do you need? What's happening here? Thank you.
We have one last question, and thank you for waiting so patiently. Please, sorry about that.
Well, actually, it's more of a comment, and somehow I think it's very sad to share what I have to say, which is that within 50 years from now, many of these states might not even exist. The UN might not exist. I mean, what we now know, all this will be evident within 10 to 15 years. Then we will know the actual parameters of climate change. And then we will know that within 50 years, there will be somewhere between 300 and 600 million people on the earth. So what will water peoples do? You will be, you know, the guardians and the hosts for enormous people's movement, like we've had in the past, but we've forgotten about it. But the indigenous epics have glimpses, historical glimpses of these movements which happened, many hundreds and thousands of years back. I really think that also it's needed to look again into indigenous ethics to understand what kind of historical exposure and experiences are encapsulated there. Because now, it's becoming a real scenario. And it's so frightening that we would like to sort of, put it away, but I think we can't. We should start to discuss it, and we should really think again about how did indigenous people do that 3,000 years back, when you had also environmental disasters and so on. How did they react? I'm going to talk about the Harappa civilization, which was an advanced urban civilization. Because of environmental changes, most of these citizens again became farmers and hunters and gatherers. They actually shifted back to completely new kind of survival strategies. And I think these kinds of lessons need to be lifted out, put into perspective, and we need to prepare for it, unfortunately.
Last, very brief, I think.
Very briefly, we Yaquis are used to doing things in 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Anyway, we were discussing about the teeth. There are many things that, as a cultural and tribal leader, and even if you band together as an organization or a group, you can do. There's a lot of things that we've done in the last 20 years, but one of them was real simple. In Scottsdale, Arizona, you see all the posters and you see how beautiful it is, and we were having a traditional burial there, and an all-night wait. And the Scottsdale Fire Department came with their hoses and tore down the cooking, traditional cooking outside with wood, and then the fires, the bonfires to keep people warm. And he said, this is the law in our city. We are not allowed to do this. And within a week, I went and met with the mayor. And I said, Mayor, when you throw an arts festival, when you throw some kind of something in a historic district or something, you always make exceptions and rules. You even provide security, I said. So why couldn't you accept that the Native American tribe lives within your beautiful city here? And make those same exceptions, but cater it to this day, we have not had a complaint or a bonfire shut down. And to me, it just took sitting in front of the mayor and explaining to him, we have been here hundreds of years before you were here. You have adapted things that you didn't consult with us. And now we're going to work together on a solution. So that's what it takes sometimes. Just like the fireworks bill, national now bill, Congress passed it. We were the lead tribe because the city of Tucson told us on our opening of our heavens and our visit to the people and our ancestors that are up in heaven, we weren't allowed to throw fireworks until we got congressional people at the U.S. level, and they passed a fireworks bill. And not only us, but there were several tribes that joined on that, and a bunch of congressmen, and that's how we did that one. Because in the city of Tucson, it only said cities, towns, and churches, but they did not recognize our way of honoring, the heavens and our way of church. But now it's in there now. We changed that already. So we've taken on violence against women. We were one of the lead tribes that did that because the horror story was a non-tribal went to the reservation, got mad at the wife, pulled her by the hair, stuck a screwdriver in her head right here to the back. And we're going to sit back and let them do that? So we passed and we pushed for those laws. That's only one incident. And the sad thing about it is our police can take him off the reservation, but tomorrow he'll be back saying, I'm sorry, and they'll accept him back, or the lady will. So, but it only traumatizes her. It traumatizes the kids, the grandparents, the community. So you have to push and work, even at that level, at the ground level, like you were talking about. Changes can happen if you work and let jurisdictions, whether it's city, county, state, and then federal, and then now at the global, like I was explaining. But there's more things that we've done as a tribe to try and protect them. Thank you.
very much.
I'll just add my thanks to all the panelists, especially those coming up for a second time. Thanks, thanks for your time and energy, and thanks to Ellie and Rona as well. Chandra.
Yeah, he came back on for sure.
Yeah, probably on I don't know what probably our like social media, probably something like would be on YouTube. Think type in smoke dance, yeah. Yeah. SM, yep. Uh-huh. Song, yep. Not these songs, but songs, yep, right there. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rocky Harrod, and I'm here to bring you an isometric strength program. In this program, we'll be working on
Yeah.
Now we're going to go right into this next one. Picking it up just a little bit. Remember, have fun. Read along there and be friends afterwards. Here we go.
He said deep right there.
Keep it lined up. Just shake it out and get ready for song number 3. Let's run down there. You might have a little bit of mud running down there. So mud up there, maybe it's looking through. And it's just getting kicked up.
Yeah, there were people.
And it's another class now? Back to that, they said. Objectives are official, not me. So here we go, having that. That's in your area. Spatial awareness. Let's not try to get tangled up. Let's not try to step on each other's toes. That might be a nice tactic in the octagon, but not here. Although this is just as fierce. Everybody out here, more hooping and out for some goodness. So they said it fast for me, boys. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to keep it short. And hopefully, everybody has a really good time. So here we go. Go on, yeah. You want to make that funny? Who makes it look funny? Yeah, it's kind of funny. Kind of funny. You have Nikon? Yeah, Nikon. Have you used Nikon or Canon? I've used Canon. What do you like better? I'm not too familiar with Nikon because I get more film. No, the limits are the technician. Oh, I really like. But Panasonic and Sony, I think are quite better brands. You think what? Sony and Panasonic. It's probably better than Nikon and Canon. Yeah. I think for video, like Canon is a good, Nikon and Canon are really good cameras for like photographers that also want to do videos or videographers that also want to do photographers because it does really well in both fields. But like this camera, like I wouldn't use it for taking pictures, you know, but it's like really, it performs really well for video. Or like, you know, DSLR. And I think Sony takes an okay DSLR. I think once you get to like fancier cameras. Video cameras. Yeah. Judges have made a selection here.
So you like my platform, right?
We're 12 minutes behind. Right, that's 2:42.
We're not that far. I feel like we will be. Have you seen it yet?
Our indigenous partners, women from around the world.
Back to Connecticut every day, or you have a hotel here?
Who have been thinking
Oh, you live in Brooklyn. So, you went to school in Connecticut. What else? Even getting here from Brooklyn.
Kind of a pain in the ass. I have a car, but it's like, it would typically take like 40 minutes, but just like 8 a.m. and then leaving at 5, that's like prime rush hour. And it's just so unpredictable. So the train is like an hour 15. So.
Take the train? Yeah. You do what? The 271?
I took the 1 and then I live in Bushwick, so it was 1 and it's actually the first time that I've taken the subway since we've been here. So.
Oh my gosh. Well, good thing you didn't get lost. It's really difficult to get to Brooklyn and back because there's so many
I've heard shit about the L train.
The Q on weekends is really bad. The L, the Q, and the R, aren't they all the same thing anyway? They're all the yellow ones, I think.
I think I might have taken, I don't know, maybe it was like a Q and an R.
I avoid going to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Make people come to me.
I drove my car to our meeting last Friday. And my car got towed.
Oh no.
It was like $300.
Wait, how long was it there though? Only a few hours.
I went out with lunch, or I went out to lunch with Anna afterwards.
So I feel like
They towed it at 11:30, and I parked at 11:20. Like I got my ticket at 11:30, and they towed it at 11:45. I parked it like on. It was like, I guess I was just too far into the truck loading zone. I was like halfway between like loading zone and not. But
I'm very sorry that happened.
it was just, yeah, because I'd been driving around for like 40 minutes looking for parking. And at that point I was like, you know what, this is going to be good enough, but I guess it wasn't. Yeah, having a car in the city is a blessing and a curse. I mean, you have to like parking takes a long ass time, and then like, not really. Unless you get towed. I guess I did pay for my
For the whole year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that was my first. I've done well. I haven't gotten any other things. So,
I like driving.
yeah.
Also, it's been
Oh, what's that? No, it's hotter because of these things. Actually, like once these are turned off, then it's cooler because there's a little breeze. I know that they talk to facilities to turn it off again, so.
You know there's a washroom on this floor?
It's either one floor up or two floors down.
You guys want to do the tour? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we gotta book out in advance. What's that? It's an hour. Okay. Book for the hour. Nice. With a t-shirt and stuff. I haven't been there for about 25 years. Yeah, I think I can.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for telling me. Yeah. Like, she had very
What?
No.
Yeah.
I can't believe she showed up right after. Oh, are you migrating?
Look at that look.
But I love you, Chandra. I'll work for you. No, not me. Nope. You and me, right? And, Howard, can you hand me my yoga? My beaded yeah.
Yeah, it's so hot and uncomfortable. This was destroyed this building completely. And we built it. Took me like 20 minutes to find the bathroom.
A second. Is everyone
Good afternoon, and we are starting panel 3. Did you enjoy your meals?
Yes. And what else?
Next time we'll get indigenous food.
Yes. Yes.
We are trying to create indigenous food here. Till now it hasn't happened, but it will one day. So you'll have to do with the wraps. So we are now in the safe hands of Tony, who is one of the main people who started this symposium idea with Professor Elsa. And she will be moderating panel 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much for trusting that into my hands. I grew up in a community where we kind of were not very good time management. I'm saying I grew up in a rural community in Norway where we were not very good time managers. We had all these proverbs about why the bus would always come 10-15 minutes late and why the meeting started half an hour late and so. I'm trying to resist my own kind of calculation and look at the watch. Let's see how it works. Trying my best. So, with consultations from Elsa and other colleagues here, we have done some small modifications because unfortunately, Baltodaro Ruiz can't attend our meeting for personal reasons. So that leaves us with a slightly different order as well. So I'm going to first invite in Becky Lyons to...
She said that beautifully. Can you say it one more time? I actually hate my English name, so she said it great.
Thank you, I'm glad. First, and then we have here Idalia Rojas Yes. Who want to show us a film. As far as now I understand, it's a short one, but I'm sure it's a very kind of relevant and interesting input. You might also introduce the film, I guess, for us. Yes, wonderful. And then we'll have a third person, which we move up to panel 3 from panel 6, and that is Melissa Patel, but she can't be here in person, as far as I understand. She will be, is it on Skype or YouTube tape? Okay, and I just hope that it's at least auditorium well so good that we all can hear her well enough. So that is the order of this session. Otherwise, let's simply get started, and I'm very glad to be allowed to have my role as a moderator in the middle of our proceedings. I feel by now that we have started to develop some good tracks. There's so many relevant contexts already being sort of reminded and presented for us. So it's like inviting platform for all kinds of valid and important learning experiences. So, Beth Lemos, you are very much welcome. You are the Executive Director of the American Indian Law Alliance. I have not had the privilege to know you before, but I'm very glad that I'm having you on the panel now.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Niwahaskeno, Gayaji Gainhia'a. So my original name is Gainhia'a, and my colonized name is Betty Lyons, but she says it's so lovely, I actually like hearing it. I typically don't like hearing my English name. And I want to say thank you so much for having me here. I want to acknowledge one of our chiefs from our confederacy, Howard Thompson, so I'm a little nervous presenting in front of him because if I don't do it correctly, then I'll get it, later on down the road. But I've known Elsa for many, many years, from the first permanent forum on Indigenous issues and doing the opening ceremony, and now Chandra, which is amazing. It's this is a great union, of how growing this international work, as I like to call it. So my presentation is on imposed borders and violence against women. So I first wanted to show you this is all of our nations and our confederacy. And we'll go to the next slide because I have some information. This is the Great Tree of Peace. Our confederacy, I'm doing this because I think I need to give you some context, because it's going to sound like it doesn't all go together as governments and organizations try to put all of these things in neat little boxes. And as we know, nothing fits in a neat little box. Everything is interconnected. And so at first it may seem disjointed, and I will bring it all together at the end. But our confederacy was founded on the shores of Onondaga Lake, which is about 4.5 hours north of here, over 1,000 years ago. And our peacemaker brought together 5 warring nations: the Mohawks, Cayugas, Onondagas, Senecas, and Oneidas. And the Tuscarora Nation joined us later in 1720. The nations accepted the message of peace, and they came together and agreed to work collectively and peacefully, and agreeing to battle no more. And I don't know how many of you know this, but the United States government patterned their government after our government. But unfortunately, they left out quite a bit. First, they didn't first give all men the right to vote. Everyone under this umbrella wasn't an equal citizen. They left out the role and rights of women, and they left out the voice of Mother Earth. And I think that until all of those things change, that the United States unfortunately is destined to fail. Because if you don't bring together the rights of Mother Earth and the rights of women and their voice equally, right? And it's not about taking one over the other, but it's such a patrilineal society. It's about domination. It's about control and dominating. And ours is matrilineal, and so everything goes through the women. our clans, our lands, and we choose our leadership. Women choose our leadership. 49 of them are chosen by women clan mothers, and only one is chosen by the 49 chiefs, which is my partner's title. He is our Tadadaho of our confederacy. We as Indigenous peoples have the responsibility to speak for all living beings that can't speak for themselves. And it's about balance, about living in peace and harmony. And that natural law is absolute law, and we all will suffer, right? And I believe that that's what's happening today with all of the contamination and the violence against women and girls, that it's very, combined. It's like a thread that's kind of a sickness that's woven its way into our society and how women and girls are treated in Indigenous territories and across borders. I don't know if you all know this, but Onondaga Lake is one of the most polluted lakes in the entire world. And I don't think that this is by accident. I truly believe that the birthplace of democracy, that this was intentional. It was about trying to get rid of us, right? Next slide. So the doctrine of discovery. It's the legal justification for genocide. The doctrine of discovery, to understand its connection to the violence against women and girls, and also to understand the connection between Christendom's principles of discovery and the laws of the United States, we need to begin with a papal document of 1452 by Pope Nicholas V, issued to King Alfonso V of Portugal, the bull Romanus Pontifex. It declared war against all non-Christians throughout the world, and specifically sanctioning and promoting the conquest, colonization, and exploitation of non-Christian nations in their territories. Pope Nicholas directed King Alfonso to capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, and to put them into perpetual slavery, and to take all of their possessions and property. This notion is still held and exercised in law today. 2005 for us, the Oneida's Cheryl case against Cheryl, Oneida versus Cheryl, and as recently as 2012 in Canada. More than 500 million, Indigenous peoples around the globe live today with the effects of the doctrine of discovery and its oppressive racism. And I truly believe that that is also what's creating violence against women and girls, this continued oppressive document that kind of seems to rule everything. I wanted to briefly talk about the Jade Treaty. Go to the next. But when we're talking about our territory and our borders, past and present, this first on the left is where we are now, like our territory, and over on your right is where it used to be. So you can see the change, right? And it's more organic. It's not like strict lines, because I was laughing as I was coming here, and I'm driving over the Del Water Gap, and it said, "Welcome to New Jersey." And I was like, when did they put a line in the water? I kind of laughed. I was like, my GPS said, "Welcome to New Jersey." I was like, wow, okay. But we haven't given up our lands and territories. Our nation specifically doesn't accept federal or state funding. We're an autonomous nation. And so I think that a lot of problems that derive with other nations is because they accept that money, and the government has control over them, creating more we've been issues. We've been able to go back and forth, as people have said here. I'm not sure who said it. I think Andrea may have said it, with the Jade Treaty, giving us the right to go back and forth. It was made between the Britannic Majesty in the United States in 1794, and that the dwelling on either side of the boundary line, that we would freely pass and repass by land or inland navigation into the respective territories and countries of the two parties on the continent of America, and to navigate all lakes, rivers, waters thereof, and freely to carry on trade, commerce with each other. And I think somebody else, we've been talking about this extensively today, but even about fishing and hunting rights. We've had a few cases where some of our men are issued tickets to appear in court, some of the women, fishing rights. And we say, no, we have an inherent right. These are our traditional territories. We have not ceded them. And so when I hear my friends say, like, this is your, this is your town. Oh, no, it is not. And I never say that. I never say that about Onondaga County or where I live. No, this is ours. And, you are just now in control of it. But that we never ceded it, unfortunately. So what we hear all the time is the protection of states and their territorial integrity. At the UN, we hear this a lot from the US, Canada, Mexico, that somehow these imaginary arbitrary lines on a map are supposed to maintain a member state's notion of territorial integrity. The other excuse used to impede our traditional movement back and forth across the border is one of national security. And we have tried, which Chief Howard is going to talk about tomorrow, about our identification cards. I was glad to hear that Peter had gotten his established through his nation, that it was identified or accepted by the Mexican and U.S. border, because we're having a heck of a time getting ours accepted. But I'll let Howard talk about it. But again, it goes back to our right to self-determination, that we're not waiting for someone's acceptance or someone to say that, we can or cannot pass freely. We just do it, and we travel on our own passports. These arguments are being employed to increase military, police, border patrol, and law enforcement agencies to justify the use of physical, verbal violence in an effort to harass and detain and sometimes violate us in our own territories at these quote-unquote international borders. Using terms such as migrant or immigrant only further diminishes our status. These are the same lands and territories that have been traveled since time immemorial, and by indigenous peoples at both the northern and southern imposed borders. These pathways are still used for intergovernmental affairs, which we do on a regular basis. Our Grand Council meets about once a month, for the most part. And we have trade, cultural practices, and traditional practices of harvesting medicines, hunting, and fishing. The U.S. and Canada have failed to accept and recognize, again, our ID cards as of now, but we're working on it. And the social and economic ramifications and impact for these practices being interrupted have been immeasurable. Next slide. So I wanted to get to this slide because I think it's really important.
Intentional acts of genocide, acts of war, and the use of military force. Next slide.
So this all goes to the violence against women and girls. Next slide. Did I not have one for the definitions of immigrant? Okay, yeah, thank you. So I wanted to get to this slide because I think it's really important, and I'll explain why I think it's important. The definition of immigrant is a person who comes to live permanently in a foreign country. Well, we're not immigrants because, Canada, U.S. border wasn't always there. That's not a foreign country to us, right? So they call us immigrants, they call us migrants. There are a lot of words that I dislike, and these are a few. Migration, the seasonal movement of animals from one region to another. And why I'm showing this is because the word migrant, of course, is a derivative of the word migration, right? So this is the seasonal movement of animals from one region to another, and what I'm trying to say is that they still see us as not human. We're still not human. They call us migrants. They call us immigrants. We're not at the same level. There are other words too. The second part of migrant is an animal that migrates, right? So that's where we're at still, unfortunately. And it's used. This word is used in international fora. It's used at the UN. It's used, throughout our policies that they have toward us. The other word that I wanted to talk about was the word tribe. I hear it kind of tossed around a lot, and I always say, stop diminishing your own status. This was a word given by James Lane to Washington saying, You know, we have to diminish their status. So let's call them tribes. Don't call them nations. You know, otherwise it's taking. You can take away their indigenous nationhood. The constructed names and borders of colonization cannot break the human bond of sacredness, which binds us still today as original nations of indigenous peoples of Mother Earth. And I think that that's what's so important, because everyone here that has been talking, everything that we talked about is like interwoven. We all have the same issues. We're all dealing with like relatively the same things, right? At different levels. What's facing us. So the go one more. Yep, the intentional acts of genocide, the doctrine of discovery and capitalism, I believe, is the root cause of what continues to plague our peoples, your peoples, and Mother Earth. It is the notion still held and exercised that we are less than human and therefore have no rights to land and resources. Extractive industries, countries like the U.S., Canada, Mexico, Honduras, and El Salvador come into indigenous territories using military force and violence to displace indigenous peoples from their lands, desecrate sacred sites, kill, rape, and terrorize. These atrocities are perpetrated for the resources and the fossil fuels the indigenous peoples' lands are on, and this is always in the quest for money. The result, naturally, is the acceleration of climate change, the desecration of sacred sites, the murder of our water and land protectors, the sexual exploitation and rape and trafficking of our women and girls, and the forced displacement of indigenous peoples from their traditional territories. Next slide. I wanted to show this slide because people. I'm a little hard-hitting, so I don't like to use these really nice words or polite words that they use for these things, because I think that when we do that, we kind of co-sign that kind of behavior and what's really happening. You need to name it and call it out for what it is. I wanted to show this slide because people act like it's a choice. Like, you know, they're coming with their children and their babies on their hips, walking, you know, thousands and thousands of miles without clean drinking water, without a place to sleep, without food to eat. They're risking their lives. Why? Because their lives are being risked where they're coming from. It's the same, you know, that's the reason. And I had a dear friend, Margot, who comes to the permanent forum on indigenous issues, whose life was threatened in El Salvador because she was standing up for the rights of her community and protecting her land, territories, and resources. She ended up hiding in the woods, and her brother-in-law would not give up where she was staying, and he was shot 9 times and killed. And so for 6 months, I was really worried about, you know, what was going to happen to her, you know, trying to get her here. So I asked some of our congressmen in New York State to assist in getting her a visa to get here, anything, you know. And I was surprised, but in the end they finally did. But this is after her brother-in-law and cousin were killed. So I'm happy to say that she's here. Next slide. Statistics. The U.S. Department of Justice found that American Indian women face murder rates that are 10 times higher than the national average. Homicide is the 3rd leading cause of death among 10 to 24 years of age, and the 5th leading cause of death for American Indian and Alaska Native women between 25 and 34. Canada, missing and murdered Aboriginal women, a national operational overview showed from 2001 to 2015, the homicide rate for Indigenous women in Canada was 6 times as high as the homicide rate for non-Indigenous women. So I truly believe that these are all connected, especially when you're talking about these multinational corporations that are coming in for extraction purposes, that are taking our women, that are raping them, murdering them, putting them into sex trafficking, and our young girls as well. I should have listed up the statistics on that, but they're in the thousands. So there's like 6,000, I think, in Canada and 4,000 in the United States. So to what I think Elsa was talking about, a myriad of nation-to-nation treaties, international laws, as well as United States Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers, and the UNDRIP, to name a few. You know, they've all been accepted as protections against, you know, these egregious acts and crimes committed against indigenous peoples and nations. And we keep asking the same thing, like, why aren't we using these laws, right? And I have the answer. It finally came to me. Because these agreements and treaties we're asking the same government to uphold them, right, that are committing the crimes. I mean, so, you know, to her point, we need to start doing that ourselves as well. And getting other member states. I've learned that the shame game is always a good game at the UN. And so, you know, you can get another member state to say, you know, can you shame them publicly for doing this to us? And they will, because they want to inflate themselves. You know, it's kind of like an ego thing. You watch it play out in real time. It's kind of fun to watch. It's like, oh, let's pull the string, you know, and see what happens. But it does work sometimes, and of course it is slow there. But I also wanted to talk to Cheryl. I wanted to tell you that the last slide I was going to show. Can you go to the last slide? Today is, oh, wait, let me first do this one. I want you all to look at this picture, and I'm sure that you've seen it because it was pretty popular. And I want someone to tell me, what do they see in this picture? Fear. Yeah. Fear. So the other thing is that this was the Tijuana riverbed, and that too has been deported. This is a dry riverbed as well. And so when we talk about Mother Earth and all the violence against Mother Earth, our women and girls are suffering the same violence as you see in this picture. It's a dried up riverbed now. It doesn't exist. Like, who are we? Who do we think we are that we have the right to change the flow of a river? I mean, we really think we're that powerful and almighty? Next slide. So today is the anniversary of our Canandaigua Treaty. But I was going to do our One Bowl Treaty because we share that with the Anishinaabe. But it changed it because of the date today. And so this treaty is between the United States of America and the Six Nations, our Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and was signed in November 11th in 1794. And it was a treaty that established peace and friendship between the young United States and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And we went and polished the covenant chain of friendship in 2014. And I'll close with this. When we went there on our bus ride, as we were all taking this bus trip, I was getting these correspondence from the U.S. State Department, right, that they were going to honor this treaty and that they were going to see us nation to nation. But they sent me a list of the agenda and exactly what they were going to do. And I was like, wait a minute, not so fast. First of all, there are hundreds of years of protocol that you're forgetting. We have a certain process and protocol from the very first time that this treaty was signed. And so we forced them to change their whole process of how we were going to greet them and they were going to greet us. And Howard ended up doing the words, the three bear words. And it's like a condolence. It's about taking the grief off of someone. It's just like what someone, I think it was Peter said, that when you come to his house, he offers you a drink, right? So for us, we know that you probably suffered since the last time that we met, or, you know, since last year maybe. And we're going to take that grief off of you. And we're going to clean your ear out, because you know when you're in grief, you can't really hear. Everything's kind of cloudy. You can't really speak. And you get a clean, pristine water, glass of water to drink, and we wipe the tears from your eyes. Now, why aren't we treating everybody like that? You know, that's how you're supposed to bring someone into your community, not by incarcerating them, putting them in cages, separating their children from them, beating them, raping them, making them drink from toilets to get a drink. I mean, it's absolutely criminal what's happening. And what I don't understand is, you know, we as Indigenous peoples take it very seriously when people come into our territory. It's not something that you kid around with. Like, our responsibility is to care for them, and everybody else should be standing up for these women and girls and men that are facing this now today. So that was the message that I wanted to bring. Thank you.
Very much, Becky. What you have shared is so overwhelming that it's hard just to comment on it. I think let's let it sink in. Yeah. Thank you very much. And now we are gonna be so lucky to hear about your film, which has a quite long, interesting name. It's Solidarity at the Border, an international indigenous women's delegation to the U.S.-Mexico border. And also, I need to say in very brief that you can elaborate it yourself, that you are the program coordinator of this partnership matter, which I think all of us somehow know about. You might want to say a little bit more of it. But anyway, welcome and get started.
Hi everyone, my name is Igdalia. I'm the program coordinator with MADRE. So MADRE is an international women's rights organization, and like Betty was mentioning, I think MADRE realizes that oftentimes women and girls are the most impacted by these issues that we've been discussing today. And so as part of our work, we've been leading a campaign called No Border on Gender Justice. And that campaign has allowed us to build alliances across the globe, making sure that we bring women to the center of this conversation.
Here with our really fantastic.
I'm sorry. No, I'm gonna. Okay, that's a good segue. But we just wanted to, as part of the work that we're doing with the No Border on Gender Justice, is to bring together Indigenous women from across the globe, so that they can share their expertise, share their stories, and identify solutions together from women from the global south to the global north. And so we've been doing this for 2 years. Last year they came together in North Dakota, and the year before, which is the video that you're going to see, was in Arizona. So I'm going to stop there and let you hear from the women themselves and their experience there.
I'm called Aisha Tumanu. I come from Cameroon in Central Africa. And today we are in Arizona to visit the communities, the indigenous communities, and also learn from them.
We're here with our really fantastic group of our Indigenous partners, women from around the world, 6 different countries, who have been thinking about and wanting to act in solidarity with Indigenous people here in the U.S.
We're going to learn from each other the issues that Indigenous women are facing, not only around the world, and especially they would like to learn from us what Indigenous women are facing here in the U.S.
I came here in partnership with MADRE to bring a delegation of Indigenous women from around the world, from 4 of the 7 sociocultural regions of where Indigenous peoples exist. Our mission was to bring them here to expose them to Indigenous peoples' issues in the United States, and specifically to Arizona, to begin to understand the complexity of Indigenous peoples, the diversity of Indigenous peoples, particularly in rural, reservation, urban, and the reality of immigrant Indigenous peoples in this region of the country.
People all around the world right now are reading about the human rights crisis on the U.S.-Mexico border. And we're here as part of our No Borders on Gender Justice campaign. We've heard a lot of incredible stories of people who really risk their lives to come across the border. And, everybody's story is unique and different, but there are also so many common threads that we heard. The legacies of the wars of Central America that made people's communities so violent, the U.S. support for the right-wing government in Honduras, which has been committing terrible political violence and repression that people are fleeing. NAFTA and other trade agreements that have displaced small farmers by the millions in Mexico and Central America. And of course, climate change. Decades and decades of U.S. carbon pollution that has caused droughts and in other places flooding and mudslides as a result of terrible flooding that really has made people's homes no longer viable.
Climate change has affected us a lot within the indigenous communities because we mostly are pastoralists, so we depend on our cattle, and we have been facing a lot of drought. Our cattle have been dying.
Climate change, for example, you can't talk only in one place. You have to talk here when we are discussing about sustainable development goals. When you're talking about biodiversity conservation, when you're talking about forest issues.
You know, people have a right to their homes being viable. And it's important to protect that right. I think everyone in the world can understand that.
Wherever the individuals left from their homelands, in between from the time that they got apprehended or they ended up somewhere in the United States in a town or city, something happened to them. You know, they were brutalized, they were raped, they were, everything was taken away from them. But to be able to be in the United States and then try to maintain a lifestyle, like a job and whatever, we will never know whatever happened to a lot of these people. I've been asked to help the Guatemalan consulate and the Mexican consulate to search for bodies out here throughout the whole reservation.
It's just like what also happens in Africa when they are crossing the Mediterranean from Africa. They are all mixed, different African nationalities. And even you have some also coming from Europe and passing through from not Europe but Middle East. And they all come and get into this boat, which has thousands and thousands of people. And maybe not all of them will make it across because it's first of all overloaded. And they pay a lot of money to go through. They borrow money and get there. And most of the time, most of them they die. And as you say, it's difficult to trace some of them because when they go into the waters, nobody will get them easily.
This detention center used to hold migrants coming in from Mexico into the U.S. It was created here with the intention of maximizing the number of rounds that the ICE and Homeland Security were making between this region once they captured migrants and then would take them over to Tucson to detain and really deport quickly. I can't describe the sadness and inhumane treatment of those migrant detainees.
Women around the world stand with indigenous peoples here for human rights.
The migration we have on the other side and the conflict we have is a bit different from what you are experiencing, but the challenges are almost similar.
Indigenous peoples area has been taken by the government.
Sin embargo, hemos visto la migración de nuestras ciudades hacia la ciudad Guatemala, por ejemplo. Y hemos visto lo que puede sufrir un migrante que llega a ciudad, como pienso que también debe sufrir a lo largo de caminar todos los centroamericanos que quieren llegar por acá, incluyendo mexicanos, obviamente. Sabemos también que algunos han muerto, sabemos los malos tratos y sabemos también lo que sufre el padre o la madre cuando sus hijos también son deportados o se deporta uno de ellos dos. Entendemos perfectamente la problemática.
Whether we are in America, whether in Africa, whether in Asia, all of us are indigenous and we have the same issues.
The women that we work with, although there is a lot of need and suffering in their own communities, they're leaders.
In 1985, indigenous women came together at the Fourth World Conference of Women in Beijing, China. They came together and met for the first time and made an agreement that they would return to their communities and organize themselves locally, nationally, continentally, and ultimately globally. This delegation represents a small example of that movement.
We as indigenous women here today, we want a brighter chapter for our people, for our children.
Within our community, we face a lot of challenges like high rate of illiteracy among the women, so we encourage Muslim women to go to school.
Indigenous women are always saddled by the dominant caste, by the men, even from the indigenous men.
Nosotras las mujeres indígenas nunca vamos a quedar cerradas, boca cerrada, no se puede, hay que ayudar a las mujeres, a los niños y a los adolescentes.
Being in a space such as this place, we're not always welcome here. And as you all know, we have to fight, we have to kick the door in to be here. And so, again, I'm just incredibly inspired that you're all doing the same thing.
Your stories are very heartfelt. All the struggles that we've had bringing up our children in a society that wants to see us gone, in a society that's not our friend sometimes, but we're doing the best we can. And having you here is very comforting.
What Madre is trying to do right now is really two things. I mean, we're working to help protect people who are most under attack by the policies of the Trump administration, contributing to that effort here in the US and doing that with our partners around the world. And we're also trying to do something else that's a little less concrete but really important. And that is to hold up for ourselves and for the people who are part of Madre our vision of what we want this world to be.
Y que siempre trabajemos por la democracia, por la paz, por los derechos humanos, por la justicia, porque somos gente de armonía. Somos gente que siempre estamos viendo esa armonía entre la madre tierra, la madre naturaleza y las personas. Muchas gracias.
But we are now moving on to the third item, which is speech delivered by Melissa Patel. And I understand we won't have photos, right? Or any of them will be in cinema. It will just be her voice?
I'll try to combine.
Okay, all right.
Melissa shifted from here to join SOAS in London. So she couldn't be here. So they sent her presentation through audio tape and PowerPoints. I will try to combine both. I've never done this before.
We have faith in you, Rita.
Well, good luck. Okay. About the Kurdish situation.
So that's Melissa. So we sent it to the languages.
Hi, I'm Kurdish American researcher here to talk to you about Iraqi citizenship and oil to network communication. Thank you for your time and opportunity. Hi, I'm Melissa Patel, a Kurdish American researcher, here to talk to you about Iraqi Kurdistan shift from oil to network communication technology. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to be here. Although the Iraqi Kurds have heavily financed its digital branding, a nation-building tactic akin to how nation-states operate, by employing various means to homogenize its values, culture, and people throughout the last 2 decades, and its successful ability to impart a cohesive story to the international community, I argue that the firming up of the Kurdistan region of Iraq terrorized borders, sovereignty, and ultimately the rights of Iraqi Kurds rests on more than looking outward. Since the end of the Iraq campaign in the early 2000s, the Kurdistan Regional Government, KRG, has poured funds into Washington PR and lobbying groups to build a conceptual frame to unite its desperate political recognition efforts across international borders into a distinct national identity and culture as a beacon of tolerance, multiculturalism, and liberalism, efforts utilized to secure support for its borders and sovereignty. but the institutional arrangements that KRG is modeling itself after are still as weak as the many it forecloses, a critical warning to improve the prevailing governance strategies as indigenous groups ponder, elect, and develop their own governance and or challenge the inclusivity of the governance imposed by the jurisdiction of the nation-state. In the Iraqi Kurdish case, acknowledging that both history and the current climate have been unkind, severely limiting options for the Kurds, they seem bound to one course for now, given the multipolar distribution of power, a slow transition from a rentier region into one with increasingly neoliberal institutional forms. As it prepares itself for survival in the hopes of enforcing its border, securing disputed territories, gaining recognition, and forming a state, I examine this overarching prospect through the related claim that Iraqi Kurdish development of internet communication technology, ICT, an alternative sector in a microcosm of the aforementioned shift, can both broaden its tools for political recognition and help it find a more sustainable revenue source to finance its transition from a semi-autonomous region and into statehood. In doing so, I credit its efforts to diversify its revenue streams away from oil and into technology, but also warn against the blind adoption of neoliberal forms, which can both advance and obstruct the potential for more inclusive institutional innovations, areas where indigenous culture, norms, and knowledge can be infused to enhance the efficacy of public provision. Empirical evidence in the domain of policy innovation show when and where governance can be augmented by the incorporation of local participation, a byproduct of maintaining fluid and deliberative bureaucratic norms and thus open channels of communication with the desperate Kurdish communities within the fluctuating territories of the KRI. Without a more forward-looking and sustainable path, the KRI's ability to maintain and increase its institutional capacities and protect indigenous communities until sovereignty remains a distant hope. Rentier state theory reduced much of the oil-rich Middle East into a poorly developed and autocratic stronghold, largely due to the oversupply of this natural resource. This helped scholars further cement the rhetoric of Middle Eastern exceptionalism into a repertoire and understanding. Although multi-perspectival explanations for regional instability, changing borders, and regime change only enrich in this picture, I will focus on the abundance of the region's crude oil and how it still plays a role in disincentivizing the development of alternative industry and thus viable revenue streams to bolster inclusive development, and how ICT is being deployed to tackle the underlying corruption and inefficiency. Often, the political will to operationalize this foresight into diversifying rentier economies is absent, given the public is largely divorced from the natural resource extraction process. In terms of crude oil, nationalizing the industry is a conventional play, concealing the siphoning off of public resources. The risk of public accountability and dissent are offset, and the public is typically left structurally unable to meaningfully contest these extractive practices, and highly repressive tactics are utilized preemptively to thwart social movements. Additionally, unlike regimes with revenue structures more reliant on tax, income, and otherwise, the burden of taxation is less directly felt by the public, who are thus less cognizant of the need to actively question and organize around the lack of development for which taxes are premised and levied. Rampant corruption and clientelism become the captivating descriptions from the vantage point of political economy for this scenario, and revenue volatility due both to the systematic risk of the aggregate global macroeconomy and the boom and bust cycle of the underlying commodity do little to ease concerns. The results often place sovereignty on precarious ground, with the ushering in of unsustainable debt from non-neutral actors, while the funds are used to supplement and counterweigh declining government revenue, providing temporary relief. Historically, these debts incurred left many countries vulnerable to neocolonialism through structural adjustment programs, SAPs. The devastating outcomes of SAPs have been well documented in scholarship, provoking the IMF to recently acknowledge that SAPs implemented in the 80s and 90s were a mistake. Millions suffered, perished, and countries saw declines in basic human development indicators. SAPs were coercive in that regimes undertook neoliberalizing measures in exchange for the promise of debt forgiveness. Although poor government planning and corruption positioned the people to bear the brunt of these shocks, which in oil-rich nations could be prevented given the historical predictability of these shocks, the neglect for its constituency is a salient feature of the oil curse. While today's Kurdish situation is different given its progressive staggering of neoliberalizing measures, the Iraqi Kurds are undeniably hard-pressed by declining government revenue from the 2014 shocks in oil prices, exacerbated by the Kurds financing a war with the Islamic State, changing restrictions on oil sales, disputes with its neighbors in Iraq, and hosting an estimated influx of 2 million refugees fleeing Syria and Turkey. This is notwithstanding the U.S. push to avoid energy reliance on the region and the inhumane handling of recent events. all of which challenge the KRI's future. In addition, the KRG is incapable of receiving fiscal transfers or significant external financing reserved for nation states to handle its debt, estimated to exceed the entire region's GDP. Thus, it has resorted to limited crisis response instruments, structural reforms through the World Bank. The priorities of the structural reforms attempt to help the Kurds transition off the rentier economy, but its top-down and unregulated deployment of technology remains too divorced from cultural and social norms in standard Western fashion. The KRG must more creatively tackle this when able. Perhaps the decentralized participatory conveniences ICT enables could channel the input back to policymakers and bureaucrats to extend the inclusivity and efficacy not only of its ITC governance, but public provision more broadly. Prior to 2014, the KRG received 85% of its revenue from Baghdad under a constitutional mandate. Despite the bearing of the industry today, it only provides 1% of jobs, while the public sector accounts for half of the labor market and for which 50% of the KRG budget is allocated. Only 5% of its revenue comes from tax, and it remains highly dependent on foreign imports given the under-diversified economy. Here comes the promise of the government's ICT push and investments funded through structural adjustments. The KRG is implementing biometric registration, specifically an identity management system for government employees with the hopes it will reduce double payments, ghost employees, and other bureaucratic inefficiency and corruption through e-payment systems. The success of this is unclear given that the Kurdish banking system is underdeveloped historically given reliance on Baghdad, which under Saddam Hussein's reign was a method of control and subjugation by seizing and freezing Kurdish assets, disincentivizing the use of banks by the Kurds. This marks an area where indigenous norms and knowledge, along with the KRG's efforts to increase public engagement, can work symbiotically to renegotiate what is necessary for trust and the parking of funds in banks, which if done properly can further stimulate the development of alternative industry through loan and credit systems, using financial capital more productively. A recent study assessing civic technology's reduction of corruption and inefficiency noted its limited application to a small number of government organs due to resource constraints. It also found that most employees use technology willfully only for personal use instead of mandated compliance, defeating the investment's purpose. Despite government spending on ICT training programs, severe knowledge gaps complicate wide-scale adoption, and not unlike the United States, educated individuals are more reliant on new media and understand the cost of data ownership, provoking the need for more robust human development expenditure as a supplement. And despite Iraqi Kurds' physical control over internet infrastructure, many government divisions report no or inadequate internet. Some employees have turned to Facebook as an alternative, creating risks over who is accessing the data. A city director quoted in the study noted that these platforms provide easier public engagement since many Kurds are unaware of the government's website communication offerings. Lastly, Kurds continue to use inefficient in-person visits where computers can't save basic records and information. These costly limitations reduce the return of technology investments, which could be bolstered by incorporating local input, better identifying the causes of these perennial gaps. Another government initiative, CCTV, digitally sourced surveillance data, spurring the need for indigenous digital sovereignty frameworks to be locally adapted. Indigenous groups in Australia and elsewhere have used international instruments like the UNDRIP as a springboard. In doing this, the Kurds should welcome participation for other indigenous groups in the region. In the West, we've seen the adverse ramifications of poorly designed digital policy leading to inequitable representation and bias for marginalized groups in predictive policing and government surveillance. In the global South, e-procurement in Chile had the opposite effect of excluding local participation despite its original intention of inclusion. And a wide base of scholarship has discredited the majority of digital collection action efforts. Moreover, hyper-adoption in the U.S., coupled with weak regulation compared to preceding mass communications regulatory frameworks, have left legal loopholes open to corporate exploitation. These preeminent failures of the neoliberal model, however temporarily macroeconomically helpful, have led to the resurgence of Foucault's panopticon as a description of Western technological deployment by new media scholars, amongst many others. Although global inequities in ICT's infrastructure, access, and research on its effects is further complicated by Western language capturing the majority of the Internet's content, these are fixable problems. Opportunities for adaptive Kurdish governance instead of strict adherence to neoliberalization. The silver lining for the Kurds, as at least technological development, is initiating diversification, strengthening the Kurdish future. But improvement requires marrying indigenous knowledge to adaptive governance, social theory to public provision. Generally, Iraqi Kurds are supportive of the KRG's ICT initiatives, while cultural practices strongly reliant on kinship and informality pose challenges. It's unclear if the Kurds will be able to carefully attend to this fluid balance as it restructures its economy. Other rentier states with large informal economies have used iterative implementation. Take Lagos, after Nigeria rebased its GDP, which incorporated its informal economy, governed by kinship, loyalty amid a post-colonial melting pot of indigenous groups, to levy income taxes in exchange for more efficacious public services in an attempt to reduce its dependency on Abuja. Regardless of the mixed success in Nigeria, constant refinement and the bearing of cultural norms refute the logic of technological determinism, making it cumbersome, however useful the technology could be, to blindly adopt the industry. In spite of these grave challenges, Kurdish control of ICT infrastructure could increase its immunity to oil restrictions and Baghdad's internet blackouts, which given disputes over the 2017 referendum, borders, territories like Kirkuk, and the violation of rights historically, and the aftermath of colonialism's arbitrary drawing of borders, irrespective of where diverse indigenous groups live, ICT could be promising, but not in the commonly tried Habermasian vision of expanding the public sphere co-opted by marketing campaigns of technology companies, which still remains exclusionary, nor in its promise to advance a transnational global whole without borders, but rather in forging sight into the limitations afforded to us by our overarching institutional structures. Western hyper-adoption has shown us how those voiceless institutionally have largely remained voiceless digitally, minus micro-political expressions of dissent, which often do not generate public traction sufficient to reach institutional channels. ICT-driven interventions still largely aim to raise marginalized subjectivity to robust liberal terms, without realizing nuances that Amartya Sen's capabilities approach informed us of, which require historical context, grounding, and indigenous knowledge. The Kurds are presented with the opportunity to rethink this development model and develop ways that ICT can supplement, not replace, broader social movements and in-person meetings and gatherings. In the Kurdish case, the internet has revived post-conflict-induced blackouts, solidified its national image across borders, served the broader Iraqi public, and helped Baghdad when ISIS had disrupted its internet service. In the future, this could be exploited if conflicts with Baghdad resume, and allow the Kurds to move beyond survival mode, transitioning from top-down governance and oil dependency to an increasingly diverse economy and a more adaptive governance, enabling greater digital possibilities and moving closer to a justice informed by the full complexity of human plurality.
Okay. Well, that was, I guess, a double lecture in 20 minutes. I mean, that was quite amazing. I hope that the PowerPoint somehow, helped you to get some of the core messages. Otherwise it was enormously compact, but many, relevant perspectives on the region, which is facing tremendous new challenges these days, and we follow that also nearly from day to day in the media. So we are left now with, according to the program, around 10 minutes before, am I not right? 10 minutes before we have the closing remarks. So at least we had 10 minutes, and we had two presentations, a very, wise and harrowing and engaging presentation from Betty, and raising all kinds of concerns and important queries. And then we had, your sort of action oriented, really global walk with your activists around the world, which sort of facilitated these kinds of convergences in perspective. So I guess that there might be quite some interesting observations you have made, when you made the film and then you presented the film, which you might want to share based on some theories. But let's simply open the floor. We have, I know that, 50 minutes, which is good because the issues are vast. So the floor is open.
If anyone is not, anyone. Otherwise, I have a few questions. I think first is to Betty. Betty, you said very beautifully, we are an autonomous nation. And in today's world, where authoritarian regimes are really clamping down on autonomies, how will your nation sort of, because it's about one religion, one language, and I see it happening in my own country right now. So I would like to know how you are equipping yourself to confront this. Number two is Melissa's presentation. Actually, it's on technology, internet, and the whole issue of the Kurdish, as well as how do we. So she used a word called digital identity, indigenous identity. So recently I was in Washington, D.C., and I discovered a new term called digital identity. This is very, very interesting because for us many indigenous communities where our history is not in the national textbooks, our stories and struggles are not in many of these spaces. In the world of growing internet technology, how are we going to define our own digital identity? And I've just connected, I don't know if they've emailed you, but there's a group called Access Now who are actually working, and they want to work with the indigenous community to create what is called digital identity for us. Because in today's world, if you don't exist on the internet, apparently we don't exist at all. So that's something which I would like all of us to think about it. And actually, in Costa Rica, there's a meeting in April called RightsCon 2020. So if you're going there, we should have a panel there where we should talk about our own indigenous identities. So any of the panelists, any thoughts on this, particularly Madre, and I would be very happy to see how we can do this.
So to the first question, I guess, on our autonomy, it's a pretty unique situation, really. And so, of course, there are some concerns because we have our own economics, right? We have businesses, and that becomes troubling because the outside government is always trying to tax, sales and the things that we do on our own government, which, we've fended off. But yes, that's a very good question. I think partially what I would say is that our confederacy is our strength. It's because we're one of six, right? That's kind of the difference of why we've lasted so long in the situation that we're in. From that unity, we can call on each other for assistance and help, and the others come to our aid. So I think that that's kind of a beautiful relationship that I know that I'm not explaining properly, but there are 6 of our nations, and we have Grand Council meetings where they talk about whatever the issues are at hand, and if a nation is needing assistance in some area, then they come to assist, talk about ways of assisting. And I've seen that in different ways. One of our nations, the Cuban nation, we have one guy that's trying to basically run away with their government, and we've managed to stop that. And a lot of it is using like the state government against the federal government, because the state government, they try to pull us in a state government, and the federal government says, you don't have jurisdiction here, like over, this is a nation-to-nation issue, not a state, a state issue to our government. So we've kind of fended that off that way. Regarding digital identity, we have the Scano Great Law Peace Center on the shores of Onondaga Lake, which is only 4.5 hours from here. So part of our work that we're doing is educating people, because as you said, not only is it missing, but when it's there, it's incorrect, right? They tell, an inaccurate history. And so it's been very eye-opening to have these schools come in. This center opened about a year ago, 3 years ago, excuse me. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. We bring in different, anywhere from grade school all the way up to the high school, and creating that digital history for ourselves, and not letting somebody else do it, because when they do it, they control it, and then it's going to be what they want to say, right? And not really from your perspective. The other thing that I wanted to touch on briefly too is that regarding Indigenous women and girls, it's not related to your question, but in our community where the Onondaga Lake is, we did the Department of Health study, and they found that women that were eating fish out of that lake between the ages of 18 and 54, these are quote-unquote migrant people that are coming from like Bangladesh, Burma, right, coming to settle into the Syracuse area, are fishing because culturally that's what they do. They're eating the fish out of this lake, and their mercury level is 6 times higher than the average person, and these are women of childbearing age. And then it goes back to the point of, certainly there's neurological issues when you're talking about that level of mercury, cognitive issues as well. So I had forgotten to mention that, so I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you. More queries? Yes, Elsa, and then...
I was very inspired. I saw it through what you said, Betty, and what Victoria was mentioning. And there are two main words that come to mind from the presentations. One is the concept of solidarity and what it means in such difficult circumstances that we live, including those that we face around borders. And the other is spirituality and culture as carried on by women, as a way of dealing with problems. So I was struck by a phrase I heard where the head of Madre said, hold up our vision on what we want this world to be, despite the difficulties. And then you see Otilia looks at Oti and the other leaders, articulating this. So I would like, if you could address a little bit more, I would like to hear from you a little more about this. And I want to add that last year in 2018, our Center for the Study of Social Difference, which is run by amazing women here at Columbia, opened this season with the following title of the conference: what can be done when there is nothing to be done? And precisely there were women from around the world presenting visions. So I sort of made, this all poetic if you like, but I think it's significant. It made some sense to me.
I remember a time on our nation when culturally I would say that we were a little weak, right? I would go into the longhouse and maybe there weren't as many people. And like you said, it was our women that kept that going, our clan mothers that set our ceremonies, right? That make sure that we're strong spiritually, right? And not just our leaders, but, the women as well. And now it is so full that when we do one of our dances, the feather dance, you can't move. It's so hot in there, and it's this amazing feeling. So to that, I believe that our women won't let us fail, right? We won't, we just won't. I think that's why we've lasted as long as we have. That sheer determination and resilience that, I come on the outside and I'm always struck by how women are treated here. I'm always taken back because our men, they don't treat us like that. Like, you know, I feel like I'm put on a pedestal in my family, my partner, my children, you know, in my community. And it's a very different, and I always want to share that, and I don't know how to share that. Like, you know, so maybe it's something, a broader conversation, like later on down the road. How do we share that with matrilineal societies? You know, how do you turn that around, I guess, where it's not all about that domination. But yeah, I would say that, you know, culturally it is our women that hold that together.
Can I just add to that? I think through the exchanges that Mother has been leading, you can see the power that this women have. Like, especially, like, I think we need to make sure that Indigenous women are at the forefront of this movement. I think a lot of times, you know, women, like, you know, like the feminist movement, we don't give enough spaces for Indigenous women, and I think that, you know, over the years we've seen the power that they have. A lot of our partners don't have a lot of resources in their communities, they're struggling, but every day they organize. They get up and they organize their communities. And, you know, you saw in the video, like, these women are very powerful, and they're coming together to address, bring their, like, issues that they're facing in their communities, but also tie it to a broader global issue that they're facing. And they understand the connections that they have as Indigenous women, as Indigenous girls, and they're able to tie their work and see the similarities and the challenges that they face in their communities. And they're so powerful, and you saw Doña Otilia at the end of the video. She's just such a powerful woman that when you hear her speak, it makes you want to get up and take action yourself. And I think, you know, this, you know, even hearing Becky is like, you know, you'll remind us of the importance for younger generations to continue in this movement.
Yeah, it's so important. And I think to that, like the feminist movement, that it's about like dominating men. And for us, it isn't about that. It's about a balance. There's a balance. And Haudenosaunee women also, I'm just so proud of where I come from, because we also inspired the women's rights movement. It was written by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Matilda Jocelyn Gage, and we've been doing, creating a big effort around that to get that information out as well, because that's huge, you know, like for people to understand where that inspiration came from by watching our women that had, you know, a voice in government, you know, for over 1,000 years, and from everything, the way we were treated in our families, that we had the rights to our children, rights to our property, all of that.
Very good. May you present yourself? Oh yeah, Christina Vera. I just, as I'm listening to this and we're talking about the borders and nations, I just wanted to kind of bring into this room an interesting insight from our dearly departed senior colleague Victor Bishop from West Papua, who throughout the years of her forums influenced me a lot to think outside of the box of the Americas. And he said something to me that was quite radical. He said that for Papuans, that the idea of nationhood was something oppressive, that it's the idea of calling yourself a nation for their people was something foreign. And so this idea that even as we're discussing and asserting nationhood, but it's also worth listening to other indigenous peoples and places that they also have further and different articulations of what their community is. And of course, they have the Papuan border. They're dealing with Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. So I feel like, yeah, that's something to build on.
Thank you. And the other, yes.
I have a question. Yes. If we go back to the slides, the figures you put up are alarming.
They are alarming.
You know, and just, I mean, alarming on all levels.
Mm-hmm.
So my question then is, you then talk about how women are treated in the community. Is it always outside the community that this whole world of violence come about, or is it both?
I think it's both, but most prominently outside of the community, and it's usually the ones perpetrating the crimes are mostly non-Indigenous men, which is a sad, it's a sad anyway, but I think now about even my partner's niece, who has been murdered now. She passed 3 years ago, and still nothing. They don't know who murdered her. They don't know what happened to her. She went to go to college at the University of Buffalo, and part of that, like not getting more statistics, is the fact that the police, it's like they don't care, we're not human. They don't, it's like, okay, whatever, this happened, atrocity happened, and we're not going to continue to look at it. And so when sometimes I wanted to say, okay, like let's get the media around it, there are a lot of things that we can do. A lot of families still are afraid to go out there, So it's a lot of times when our women are leaving our communities, our nations and territories to do other things that are being attacked or violated.
Can I just add that a lot of this violence has increased, especially in places where there's extractivist projects going on. So places like North Dakota, there's been an increase of the violence against women and girls, specifically around girls. And the statistics are just horrific. And no one's doing anything.
No, yeah, exactly. And I think almost that there's so much to do that we don't always know. There's so many things put in front of me personally that I'm always like, as an organization, which one are we going to, focus on? Because there's so many. And then you feel like you're being pulled in a million directions, and you do the very best you can with the resources and the people that you have to help, but it's never enough. And I don't understand why, like you said, why aren't non-Indigenous people doing or saying anything? It could be just as well their daughter, their mother, their child that it's happening to.
The tree and thanks. But you go first. I said something so far. Please present yourself.
Okay, let's speak from the United Nations, the Department of Political and Civilian Affairs. Thank you so much. I just have like a comment, to both of this thought. What I hear from this morning and also now is a lack of trust, with reason. So a lot of the expressions are, that it's like I understand that there's a concept of nation, there's an indigenous nation, but there's also a concept of this other sort of element surrounding, which is the government, the other nation. And I wonder if there is a space, I guess this is a very broad question, but perhaps you can tell us in your opinion, is there a process that will lead to some kind of reconciliation? Are there good examples that can be recognized and we can build from there? I'm thinking of the government of Canada. With a lot of issues and errors and mistakes, they've tried recently. At least to my understanding, this government has done a little bit. It's not perfect.
A little bit, yeah.
But a little bit. With 1 foot ahead, 2 steps behind,
yeah.
and it's
So,
difficult, right?
yes. So, I think that what I would say is that, you can't reconcile over 500 years of genocide when it's still happening, right? That has to stop first, right? You can't reconcile something that still goes on every single day in all of our communities. That's just the reality of it. When you're talking about building relationships, we're always willing to build relationships. It's usually the government or usually state and local government, some federal agencies some congressional leaders we have great relationships with. But as a whole right now, even we're talking about the U.S., their policies toward Indigenous peoples right now is, horrifying. So it's usually dependent on whoever is in government at the time, who the administration is, and it trickles down to how, they're going to deal with you or what they tell you that they're going to deal with you. I had a very good friend, and I won't say her name, but she is part of the U.S. mission to the UN. And she basically told me, I know we're friends, and we've been working together for many years. And when this administration took over, basically, she was no longer really allowed to meet with me in an official capacity, in a meaningful way. And she was very clear about that. And so my question then is this. I couldn't sleep with myself if I said that to somebody that I knew and cared about. I've been working with Chandra for many years. There are many people that I've been working with in agencies, right? Because she's a representative of the UN. I would never dream that she would talk to me like that, or that I would talk to her like that, because I consider us friends. You know what I'm saying? So how do you reconcile that with yourself? You want some reconciliation, go home and figure out what's going on with yourself and why the reality of what really happened and what continues to happen seems to not want to be talked about. It's like the big elephant in the room that nobody wants to deal with or talk about. And yes, Canada has made some efforts, right? They haven't gone far enough, of course. But it is a start. But yet, while they're doing this, they're putting in a pipeline over here, which is causing more harm to more women, to more indigenous communities, right? And I mean, it's like I said, you have to stop doing the thing you're doing before you can get to the I'm sorry stage, you know? And what does that really mean? Because for us, it's an everyday onslaught, every single place we go, the grocery store, the post office, because I live in an area where, our little border town, it's not a welcoming place. So, I would say that we have a long way to go to get to reconciliation. There's no such way. I don't even think that that's possible, first of all. You can't reconcile that. It's like saying, all of the damage that has been done, not just to us, but to our Mother Earth as well. We could talk about working and forming a relationship to move forward and how to do that. But I refuse to have the conversation about how we can reconcile what's happened, because it keeps happening. Not to be so harsh. Sorry. I know it comes out as harsh. I just try to keep it real. Yeah, honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Then it's...
Hi, I'm Rowena. I'm a Columbia student here working with Elsa. I just wanted to kind of honor and recognize what seems to have come about with this panel, especially with the role of women in this. And it's made me think about kind of a more theoretical level, thinking about borders and how, given that women in many ways are really the key holders for the transmission of Indigenous identity and Indigenous culture across the borders of our generations, violence against women and assault and feminicidios and disappearance, I see it as also like a metaphorical violation of the borders of the female body, which I think is something that ought to be recognized, and I think I appreciate the recognition of violence against women and girls, and its connection also to Mother Earth in the violation of, we have this female-identified Mother Earth and the violation with extractive industries of the borders of Mother Earth. It's really this metaphor of sexual assault. So just to recognize that and also try to avoid what we also see in connection to what we've talked about earlier, and Vina has mentioned with increasing nationalism and nationalist projects by the nation state, and how they often use the conception of the nation state as a female body to do so. And what is the role that Indigenous women and girls can play in kind of combating this warped interpretation of the female body and really embodying the role of determination and of perseverance, which I think, as everybody has recognized, is really relevant with women and girls, especially Indigenous women.
I think it's hard too. I think about my son, who's now 18 years old, but I'll never forget he was on a lacrosse team and he was about 16 years old, and Native and non-Native players, right? And they're passing around this phone with this girl with her rear end, like she was bent over. And he said, he got very upset. He said, this is so inappropriate. Like he could not believe that that would happen. And I would say that it's a value system. Like we don't, this hypersexualization, like, TV, all this stuff. Like I didn't allow my kids to watch that. I mean, I don't know how else to say this, but there has to be a value system that says we are going to, put women and hold them in high regard as their, givers of life. Just like our mother. How would you treat your mother? How would you treat Mother Earth? You know what I mean? And he ended up quitting lacrosse. It breaks my heart because he was born, our tradition is to give your son a lacrosse stick in his hand when they're born. And so he was born and given a lacrosse stick to play. And he quit lacrosse because of it. Because they would say, oh, there's Mr. Inappropriate. Like the coach. I mean, I was astounded. I could not believe that I had to actually have this conversation with this coach. I'm not going to repeat what I said because it's not, it's not G-rated. But I was just astounded. I could not believe what he had to face. And then the difference of that,
Just to add, with one of our partners, in the video, they're from Nicaragua. Their organization is called Monkitani. They actually have a strategy called the New Masculinity, and it's to engage young boys and men in their communities to address gender violence. And the way that they do it is that they really integrate culture, arts, and music into their approach, and really centering the relationship within men and women in a way that doesn't create more punishment towards the men for the attacks, but really building a relationship amongst both and leading from a human rights perspective, both for the men but also for the women. And so I think that through the work that they've been doing, they've been able to address and engage men in talking about gender violence in their communities and being able to participate in this type of conversations so they can all work together as a community to address the violence that they're suffering.
Thank you. Cheryl, you will be the last.
I just have an observation. I'm glad you've got Betty's slides up. Can you put the map on up? There's one with the map. Yeah. I was just struck because so much of what we've been talking about today, the problems with borders, are not technically a problem with borders. It's a problem of exclusivity or a hard border. Because if you look at this map on the right, when Betty talks about Haudenosaunee world, and when I opened, I talked about an Anishinaabe world, and if you notice and take care of the geography, they're about 2/3 overlapping or intertwining. And there were certainly points where our peoples were in conflict, but that was the minority of the time, not the majority of the time. And we weren't alone in this territory. There are Potawatomi, there are Odawas, there are Ho-Chunk, and that's just to name a few. There are dozens of us living in very complex webs, plural webs, sharing webs, in conflict sometimes, but we had these incredibly complex negotiated systems to how to use space peacefully.
Absolutely.
Most of the time. And most of what we've been talking about today is European construction of yours, mine, hard border, defending scarcity, perceived scarcity, and it strikes me that these are the issues, not necessarily borders per se. So I just wanted to
I'm glad that you said that because one of our very first treaties is with her people, the Anishinaabe, and it was about the one dish, one spoon, that we all had to share the forest, right? There's only one dish, one spoon. We have to share it and keep it for everyone. We have to protect it, look after it, right? All those things. And I was so glad to see Chief Clara here today and opening, and I was hoping that she would stay longer because we were, the Haudenosaunee, we were very hard on her people, on the Lenape people. We helped to, through the oppression of colonization, right? And we did it to each other. And so every time she has an event or Lenape have a problem, Chief Dwayne Perry, they call me and I immediately go, because I feel that that's our responsibility to try to mend that, right? We can't erase what we did to them. We can't change that. We can try to build a relationship and move forward. But now I tell them all the time, I feel terrible, I personally hold that, very dear to me. But you're right, absolutely. All of this territory, even here, how many indigenous nations were in this island of Manhattan? So many. It's really an amazing, history, if it was actually ever told.
And I think there's actually a lot of strength in that.
There
A lot of
is.
people learning rights.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was a very interesting and wise observation towards the end of a very rich day, which nearly is about to end. I want to first of all to say thank you to Betty and to Noah for wonderful. And we have left closing remarks, and Anne, my right, there, Elsa, is that by you or somebody else?
Okay, closing sessions are owned by everybody. And so I wanted to share how some processes of our symposium that I haven't shared earlier. And one is that we have 4 wonderful graduate students from Canada who have come from the University of Guelph and University of UBC, University of Columbia, and our own from here, Rowena. And our students have divided amongst themselves the rapporteuring. So they're taking very copious notes and preparing for the closing of tomorrow. Now, what happened during this very creative day, I feel, is also that so much surge that what Nina expressed earlier, which was to have an outcome resolution or text of sorts, I think it's worth trying, especially since we are putting so many resources and all of you are trying. So what I would like now to say in the name of total transparency, we have taken notes, with some very important points that everybody has made, but in case you wouldn't mind sending to Bina and me these points that you would love to see in the resolution or in an outcome page or whatever we create. And then we will be communicating with our student rapporteurs. So late in the night, 2 a.m. is not a problem. So whatever you produce, please share with me, Bina, at any point when you coordinate yourself. Because we will also depend, this will be everybody's input. That's why I say this is a shared session. Because, as earlier Pete said, we are making these extraordinary efforts on these difficult topics in order to produce them. What do we want to produce? We want to produce wisdom, inspiration, knowledge, some legal concepts, something that will take us to another level altogether. So these are my comments, but anybody else who would like to share in how we are going?
Can I add one thing? I'm just wondering how, and maybe it's just something you can answer, or Elsa can answer, how can we make the, UNDRIP more impactful? Like, I know that it would need to become a convention, right? Or for it to become law, is that yes? For it to be more binding?
I'm very glad you're asking this very important question. Should we tackle it now? It's a bit.
You want to wait till tomorrow?
Yeah,
wait till tomorrow.
Yes.
It's fine. Yeah.
Exactly.
It can definitely be a part of the resolution.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So please email us some points that you would not like to miss. This is like a working agreement. tomorrow by the end of the day we will have like perfect text,
Right.
we can circulate it after. But I think it is really worthwhile since we are thinking together for 2 days. So, so thank you very much. And have a good rest of the day.